Stream time. I'm here. Okay. Oi. I'm stuck on a cord. Hello, Bernie. Um, it's not paused, it was muted. Today we are going to be making the Loch Ness Monster for my sister, because her birthday's coming up. And I'm almost positive she asked me to make her the Loch Ness Monster previously, so. There's a picture of it on the screen, so I don't have to flip my book around. I think I remember Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster. I have cargo pants on, and the pockets are like, I washed them once, and they all, like, I don't think I can show you, but they all, like, curl. They're supposed to, but they all, like, and it's bothering me. Anyway. Look how cool my shirt is, also. This... Wrong side. Hello? Where am I? Never mind. It's Springtrap, and there's, like, a skeleton coming out of him, because it's William Afton. Anyway. My brain's not working. We're gonna use this pretty, teal turquoise color, because I have it on hand, and I believe I bought this yarn for her for something else. So we're just gonna use it for this. Oh, it's not showing up on camera how teal it is. It's greener than this. Ouch. But it's not blue, it's teal. So, yeah. I promise you it's teal. We're just gonna have that muted. Most extreme home designers. How many more episodes of this do we have? Oh, well, we're on 28, and apparently there's 75 videos, so. Interesting. Oh.
Just wait till you've seen the construction kings of the natural world.
Whatever. No, stop.
We're
24/7 now.
Top 10
Not 24/7.
extreme animal architects and comparing them to our own crazy creations. Discover the best laid plans of mice and men when home improvement
That's a sad
is
book.
taken to the most
Extreme.
Earth is a planet of extremes. Extreme places and extreme animals. But some animals are more extreme than others.
They should do that, though. Well, they won't do that, though, because they hate us.
Join us as we count down to find the most unusual, the most extraordinary, the most extreme. Once upon a time, we called a cave our home. But as our ambition and ingenuity grew, we created bigger and better structures until now.
Capcom and Hasbro? What did Capcom do? And what did Hasbro do?
With enough time and money, we can create strange homes out of almost anything.
Whoa.
But nobody will ever build a house like our first contender. As the sun goes down on the reef, it's time for the parrotfish to create a new home.
Never mind. I lost my train of thought as soon as I said
"oh." It builds a house out of
I'm pulling on
snot.
the wrong string, that's why.
This designer sleeping bag is made from mucus secreted from glands in its skin.
Oh, I should.
It sounds
Capcom
disgusting,
refuses to make cool
but this
collaborations for
slimy
Yu-Gi-Oh!
sac
Even with their own
seals
IPs.
in
That's
the
stupid.
parrotfish's smell. This is really important.
I'm gonna raise up my chair so that my arms sit a little bit more evenly to the desk, because that makes sense. Hasbro killed Optimus Prime? What do you mean they killed him?
Having survived the dangers of the night, parrotfish are free to feed on the polyps that create
See, I raised my
stony
chair up
coral.
and now I can't
And
fucking
when
touch
you
the
chew
ground.
on rock, you poo out sand. Lots of sand. Each year, just one
Is all the audio
parrotfish
okay,
can
Bernie?
produce a ton of coral sand.
In the original movie? Which original? Like one of the animated
Getting your
movies?
hands dirty in a pile of parrotfish droppings is the dream of many young home designers.
I'm sorry.
And it's not
The
all
1986
child's play.
movie?
Some designers take sandcastles to the extreme.
Oh, I forgot
This
that I do tarot
incredible
readings.
design
I
in
should have
Sevilla,
offered
Belgium,
Cappy a
is
tarot
one of the
reading when they
biggest sand
donated, but I
sculptures
totally
in Europe.
forgot. I was so flustered.
Hundreds of hours are spent watering and
Well, if they
compacting
show
the
up, I
sand
can ask them.
so it can be
They
carved
gave
into
the writer's list of
incredible
key plot
shapes.
points that had to be in there. And Optimus Prime dying was one of them. And when was to kill Optimus? Okay.
The parrotfish doesn't put such effort into building its temporary accommodation. After all, just how hard is it to make a large sack out of a giant booger?
Literally
And
no one
that's
was
why
happy.
the
A
parrotfish is
booger!
only
Why do you say
number
it like that?
10 in our countdown of home designers.
I should have got water, but I forgot, so I just have my RC Cola. The writers, producers, the voice actors, all of them said it was a stupid
Our
idea.
next contender takes home improvements to
sorry.
the extreme. It's an obsessive
Well, he's
compulsive
alive
that
now.
never stops fiddling with the decorations.
I don't
adding a piece
remember
here,
if he
changing
died
something over
forever
there.
in the Michael Bay movies.
No wonder it's called the decorator crab. It's number 9 in the countdown because no other animal takes such care of its mobile home. It comes equipped with a tool belt of handy pincers for trimming pieces
I
of
remember there
plant
was a
life
trailer
and
for
then
one of the
fastening them
Transformers
onto
movies,
the
and
tiny
in
hairs
it,
on its
fucking,
legs and
like one of
back.
the Michael Bay ones, and
Just
in
like
it,
Velcro,
Optimus
the two ends of
kills
the seaweed
Bumblebee,
stick
and
onto the
my mom
hook-like
cried
body
watching the
hairs.
trailer and was like, I'm not
But what
watching
makes
this
the
movie.
crab really extreme is that whenever it goes for a walk, it completely renovates its house. While most crabs prefer to keep well away from predators, the decorator
He had to
crab
write
lives
him
out
back
the
in.
open. This
There was a
master of
reason for him
camouflage
having to
quickly
kill
blends into
Bumblebee.
its new
I don't
environment
remember what it
simply
was.
by
Like, he had
collecting
gotten
odds and
possessed or
ends
some
left
shit,
lying around the
and so he
seafloor.
was just like mindlessly
One woman
attacking
also
the
turned a
Autobots,
collection of odds and ends
and
into an
so
incredible home.
Optimus like killed him,
This is Grandma Prisby, of
and
Simi Valley, California.
but he comes
In
back.
1956, she'd managed to collect over 17,000 pencils. And at the age of 61, decided it was time to design a house to store them all. The first thing to do was find building materials. So, just like a decorator crab, she started collecting odds and ends that had been left
He just
lying
called that
around.
old lady a crab.
Her favorite building materials were bottles. And after 25 years of serious collecting, Grandma Prisby had designed something astonishing.
What are you saying oh no to?
This isn't a house, but a village. Grandma Prisby's bottle village consisted
replacement
of
was poorly
13
written in the OG?
buildings
I see.
and 22 sculptures, including wishing wells, shrines, and walkways.
There's a lady
She claimed to
here.
have
I think it's a
incorporated
lady
more than
or a
million
man,
bottles in
somebody.
her designs.
I was lagging, but it's good now. Oh. Oh, I see. I just looked down and saw 1,000 dropped frames.
At the heart of the complex was
I
the
started
building that
making a
started it
hat,
all,
and so it
home
was
for
in
her
my way,
collection of
and so I
pencils.
couldn't see that. Oops.
Grandma Prisby
My
died in
my family is
1988,
watching
but
the Mike
much of
Tyson
her
Jake Paul
extraordinary
fight, so
creation still survives today.
it could be because of
The
that. Because
designs
I don't
of the
have
decorator
anything
crab
open
are far more
besides
temporary.
this.
It's only number 9 in the countdown because whenever it gets hungry, it can remove a piece from its back and eat it. So far, we've seen animals use their home as a meal and snot as a seal. But still to come are baby beetles that live in a house of the dead.
Ew. When he came back, Optimus went to him and essentially was like, "You're terrible. I'm coming out of retirement to fire you." That's funny. Home, home on the range, with the deer and the antelope play. I remember that movie. I know you don't, Bernie, but...
Our countdown of extreme home designers continues with a house that's good enough to eat. This house was designed by a witch to lure Hansel and Gretel
I know
to their
you don't.
deaths.
It's an animated movie.
Candy and cake may be the perfect building material for human children lost
About
in a dark forest. But there's
a
nothing
farm.
sweet about the home of our next contender.
It's been a long time since I've seen it.
It's
I don't remember.
perfectly
Was there a
happy,
mouse? I don't
strolling
fucking
through
remember,
dark
dude. There's a
forests
cow and a horse.
deserted graveyards.
It's been so long since I've seen the
Crawling
movie.
in to number 8 in the countdown is the burying beetle.
The burying
It's
beetle.
looking
I
for
don't
a
know.
house
Have you
that
seen?
would
Or
make
maybe you're
Hansel
thinking
and
of the
Gretel
Secret of
sick.
Nim.
A dead mouse is prime real estate, and if it's crawling with mites and covered in fly eggs, so much the better. It'll be a babe magnet, attracting any female in the vicinity. Once a pair of beetles have mated, they'll start work on designing the
Charlotte's
nursery.
Web. Charlotte's Web
The
has a
first
farm.
task is to cover the carcass in saliva and feces to slow down the rotting process. Then they have to move something 200 times their own weight. By lying on their backs, they can balance the body above them, walking the load along as if on a conveyor belt. It's easy to see how burying beetles got their name.
There's a Charlotte's Web too? There's not even a
An hour
second
later,
book.
The corpse is in the crypt. The burying beetle is number 8 in the countdown because it can turn a rotting body into a nursery for its babies. Thanks to a liberal coating of spit and anal secretions, the proud parents have a home that's good enough to eat. A little regurgitated mouse carcass goes a long way for a baby burying beetle. But burying beetles are not the only builders that can make a home out of unusual materials. In fact, some designers are so enthusiastic about trash that they dive into their work head first. Dumpster diving may not be everyone's idea of fun, but it can uncover enough material to furnish any home, according to John Starnes of Tampa, Florida.
Of course he's from Florida.
John calls his hobby pre-cycling. For 30 years, he's been turning other people's garbage into a house that's a work of art.
Oh, I forgot what I was saying. There's a lady here who made a house out of like completely out of like, I think it was tile or bottle caps. I don't know. I don't remember. My grandpa was watching something about it though.
I mean, just look around. It's colorful. It's symmetrical. It's interesting. You just don't bring
About
home
3 of her
any
kids, and the
old
whole plot
thing
is basically, hey,
from
do
the
that thing your
trash
mom
and
did,
call
except
it
none of them
home
knew how to
decor.
read.
As it took 3 years for this couch to evolve into
There's
this
not
book.
even a
By
second
selecting
book.
cabbage and
Why
fruits.
would they make a second
The
movie?
space
That's so
coffee
silly.
table, that's evolved over 2 years. So just by being selective in what you bring home and what you do with it, you can avoid a trashy look.
While John Starnes might have a talent for turning trash into art, It's difficult to compete with a burying beetle that can turn a dead body into a nursery.
Oh, hi, Cass. How are you?
For most people, the tasteful designs of this animal architect are best left hidden underground.
Store open yet? It is, actually.
Our last two
I'm doing
contenders
okay.
have built up an impressive
Bernie, can
reputation.
you do,
But still to come is
the
a
Etsy?
creative creature that designs a death trap.
Thank you.
And what animal builds a house that's nothing to spit at?
Nightbot's losing its mind. Whoa. Ouch. What am I stuck on?
Our countdown of extreme home designers continues with an animal that makes human engineers jealous.
1, 2, 3, 4,
After
5,
all,
6.
we think we're
Wait.
pretty clever when we make
1,
a
2, 3.
spaghetti-sized strand of steel wire that can support
4, 5,
over
6.
half a ton.
Where's
Bind
Monty?
these wires
Oh,
together
he's
into a thick cable,
back here.
and you'd think you'd have a design that could withstand anything nature could throw at it. Back in 1940,
There.
that's what engineers thought when they spent 2 years building a suspension bridge across the Tacoma Narrows.
He
in
keeps
Washington
falling,
State.
so I don't
They
want
thought
to.
they'd built the epitome of lightness, grace, and flexibility. It was
I don't
certainly
want him
flexible.
on the floor, so I just took him off my chair.
The engineers had designed a bridge that acted like an aircraft wing in high winds. And just
That
4
sounds
months after
terrible.
opening, the bridge took off.
Yeah, another reason for the applesauce chair. Well, the applesauce chair doesn't have arms at all. One, 2, 3, 4.
Even today, we
6.
still can't match
Wait.
the design of the animal
3,
that's
4,
suspended
5,
at
6.
number 7 in the countdown.
7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
The spider builds a web of silk across busy airspace so it can filter food from the sky. Imagine
Ooh.
how different our constructions would be if we could use a material that could hold 4,000 times its own
11.
weight and be anchored with nothing but glue. Spider silk is just that. A
12.
truly
It is Charlotte. That's
miraculous
crazy you
building
summoned
material.
her.
Just think what you could do if you could secrete a strand of spider silk.
No, thank you.
Weight for weight, spider silk is 5 times stronger than steel.
Wait. How does that equal 20? Wait a second. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Even
5,
more
6,
remarkable,
7,
spider
8,
silk
9,
is
10,
twice
11,
as
12, 13,
elastic as
14.
nylon.
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. I can't count. You do not want to? Fair. I don't either.
Using this remarkable building material, spiders design webs that can be more than 2 meters in diameter.
Whoa.
Some silk lines can run 9 meters up into the trees and are strong
9
enough to catch small
meters.
birds. And some spiders' webs are even used to go fishing.
Oh, I was
In
thinking
New
of
Guinea,
what we could
early
do
European
after
explorers discovered
the
that
most
the
extreme,
locals knew all about the
besides, like, growing
incredible
up
strength
creepy.
of spider silk. They
I was
encouraged the
thinking,
spider to weave its
I don't
web
know if we'll
within
be
a
able to watch
frame
Growing
of
Up
bent
Creepy, I'll be
bamboo.
honest. But I was
In
thinking
just
maybe
a
like
few
how it's
hours,
made.
They were armed with a surprisingly strong fishing net. It could flip half-kilogram fish out of the stream and onto the bank. But spiders are number 7 in the countdown because one designer has built a house that lets it go fishing. underwater. The diving bell spider breathes air like all its cousins, but lives underwater. It builds
It
a
is a good
silky
show.
web that prevents air bubbles rising to the surface. From this underwater air pocket, the spider ventures out to catch fish or tadpoles. By taking quick trips to the surface, the spider
see how the head is
collects
coming
air on
together.
its hairy bottom to replenish the supply in
Okay,
its
I
diving
now need.
bell.
Charlotte's Web 2 was made
This
20
spider web is an
20
extraordinary
years?
construction. But
What the
our
fuck?
next contender chooses to build not with silk, but spit.
Me when I build with spit. Oh, I hit my mic. I'm so sorry. Okay, 6. That was the first show you ever cried on?
In Southeast
How it's
Asia,
made or Charlotte's
some of the
Web?
safest properties on the market are found inside caves.
Oh,
They're warm,
Charlotte's Web was
dry, and
I don't know
far
why I
from
thought you
hungry
meant how it's
mouths.
made. I'm fucking
There's
stupid.
only one
Charlotte's
problem.
Web is a movie.
On
It's
the
also a
smooth
book though.
rock walls, there's nothing to hang a house onto.
I read the book
Unless you're a cave
first.
swiftlet.
you cried at how it's made. Okay.
These birds are number 6
Yeah,
in the
no, that
countdown
book was fucked
because
up.
they
Well, it wasn't
found a
fucked up,
way
but it was
to
fucked up,
construct a
bro.
home on the roof of a cave using a most unusual building material. The cave swiftlet builds its nest out of spit. Their saliva is sticky and sets like glue to the rock wall.
Birdie was like, oh my
They
god.
use their beak to weave their sticky
The way they
slobber
make
into a
donuts is
solid
just
cup.
so inspiring.
Even with 2 parents dribbling full time, it can take more than a month to complete the nest. Some humans also build their homes out of fluid, except it's not sticky, but frozen.
Huh?
Igloos constructed
Don't. Why
from
would you
blocks
say
of
that? Why would you
hard-packed
say that?
snow
Why would you say
have
that?
been part of Arctic life for hundreds
What joke?
of years. But to find the ultimate
I don't
igloo,
always understand the
not
point of
book a
yarn
room
bowls because
at
it,
the
it
Ice
doesn't always
Hotel?
like do the fucking thing I want it to do.
Every year on the River Torne in Sweden,
They knew what the fuck they were
hotel is
doing.
made of more than 10,000 tons of ice and 30,000 tons of snow. Clear river ice is carved to make everything from the windows to the bar.
To the walls? Oh.
The hotel can sleep 100 guests, and they'll be delighted that their beds are not made out of
Imagine we
frozen
read the books, we
saliva.
would be ready for the movie. I didn't do the projects, I got in trouble. My
But
teacher saw
some
me
people
crying at the
in
movie.
Southeast Asia will
Even
go
if you
to
read the book, the
extraordinary
movie
lengths
is
to get
still
into a
sad.
swiftlet sticky bed,
That's stupid.
Even if it means balancing on flimsy bamboo ladders 150 meters above the cave floor. Collecting nests is a lucrative business. That's because when you boil up cave swiftlets,
I got in trouble for
you have
crying
the
a lot
main
as a
ingredient
child,
of
but
bird's nest soup.
that's because I was disrupting class.
This gives a whole new meaning to Home Sweet Home. While some designers
That's
are real
bullshit,
sticky
though.
beaks, and others are
No,
wonderful
dude,
weavers.
Charlotte's Web is 1000% a
Coming up
movie
are
to cry at,
10,000
even if you've read the
builders that make
fucking
a
book.
real
It's
splash.
sad. Like, I would have cried. I don't remember if I
And
cried reading the
discover
book too,
which
but I'm
bird
sure I
makes a
did.
nest that would make even a
It's
spider
it's
jealous.
an emotional fucking book. That's insane that you got in trouble for that. That's so stupid. Maybe there was something wrong with your classmates. Dude, maybe there's something wrong with your friends. What the fuck? You were also a child.
The next contender in our countdown of home
If there's a time to
designers
cry,
lives
it's
in a
then.
fortress, and its defenders are quick to take offense.
Maybe. Maybe that's it. Maybe you were more emotionally mature than the other children, so you were like, damn, this is sad. And the other kids were like, I
Making
don't.
a
What's wrong with
splash at
you?
number 5 in the countdown is the wasp. A single queen stronghold starts as a papery honeycomb-like structure. Inside this tiny sphere,
That could also
she
be true.
raises the first generation of workers that will go on to
I'm not a
help
good
her
example
build
for
the
this
underground
because
fortress.
when I was a child, my dad died,
These workers
and
heat
so
up wood fiber
everything made
and
me
glue it
cry.
together with saliva to make a kind of paper mache.
I was so invested in
The
it, genuinely had
colony
dreams about
grows
that. Dude, it's a good
downwards as more
fucking
comb is
story.
added beneath the existing layers.
Can we get a
From
counter
its
for
humble
this?
beginnings,
For what?
most nests grow to the size of a
Do you want a
football
dead dad
and
counter,
contain
Bernie?
more than 10,000 individuals. Usually, nests die
I don't remember
off
how to
over
make a
winter,
counter,
but
but
in some warm climates, the colony continues to develop over a number of seasons.
Story is so
until
dark
you can
though.
have a
Yeah, no.
giant fortress protected by hundreds of thousands of stinging defenders. It's an incredibly intricate piece of design, using a substance that we take for granted. Yet millions of years before we even discovered how to make paper, wasps were using it as a building material. Some wasps even incorporate bits of sand into their paper for strength and hardness. Humans have also made strong fortresses, not of sand, but rock.
rock.
In the days before gunpowder, castles were truly imposing fortresses.
I have
With
a
stone walls
scar
up to 6
on
meters
one of my
thick
wrists
and
from the
12
wasp.
meters high, they could withstand almost anything thrown at them.
I can't remember
Anything
which one.
except an earthquake.
Because I got like this
Wasp nests
itty bitty
made of
tiny
paper
one.
can withstand
You can't
even the
see it
most
because I'm too
severe
pale.
shaking.
But I've got an itty bitty tiny one here.
Human buildings
And then I
are
used to
much
have
less
one over here,
flexible.
but I think I covered it. Could not get yourself to eat pork like that at all? See, I didn't have that problem,
panic.
but I've always been afraid
This
of spiders,
restaurant is meant
so...
to rock and roll. At the Disaster Cafe in Spain, diners pay to sit through a magnitude 8 earthquake every 30
Insane.
minutes or so.
Insane. I can't imagine fucking working there.
Thanks to its
Oh no, their
extreme
coffee's all
design,
on their plate.
In this restaurant, you can guarantee that the martinis are shaken, not stirred.
It's not that I hate spiders, I just am
Wasp
afraid
nests
of
may
them.
have
I
no
don't like
trouble
the way they
surviving
move.
an earthquake.
They've got too many
But
legs.
there
I like
are other
jumping
dangers
spiders, which are very
associated with
cute,
living in a house
but I don't
made of
like
paper. Some
spiders.
uninvited guests can find it irresistible. However, our next contender
But it's
has
a
even
fear thing.
Bigger problems.
Yeah. I have arachnophobia. I don't like arachnids. Jumping spiders I think are cute, but they still toe that line. Like I like looking at them,
Nothing
but
is
if I
better
saw one
than
in
a
real life, I'd be
weaver
like,
bird
oh, that's
at
cute.
building
Stay
with
away from
straw.
me. Like,
The male
what
is the
I have
principal
Lethal
builder,
Company,
gathering
and I have to have the
strips of
arachnophobia
leaves,
mode
vines,
on
and
Lethal
tall
Company,
grasses.
and that still doesn't help me because
Then
the
he knocks
sound
strips to a
of the
branch
spider
using only
moving
his beak and feet.
terrifies the fuck out of me.
And if at first you don't succeed, it's a matter of try, and try again.
But I think the other thing for me with Charlotte's Web specifically, I don't remember if I added onto my counter, is that, I always saw it completely as fictional.
Each bird will
So
use over
it didn't like
1,000
have
strips
that
of
much of an
grass,
effect
and it will
on
take
me
up to a
throughout
week
like
to
life.
complete the nest. Then he tries to attract a
The
female
spiders
to
are
his
unnatural,
love
bro.
shack.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
She selects
7,
her
wait,
dream
1,
weaver by the
2,
quality
3,
of his
4,
design.
5, 6, 7.
If
Okay,
he
so I did
doesn't
not.
secure a female quickly, his nest will go brown, and that's a real turnoff. He'll have to unpick his
Yeah,
work
I don't-
and start all over again.
I can't do it. Like if I ever got
The weaver
grounded,
bird is
I would
number
need
4 in
the
countdown
the
because the finished
arachnophobia mode
nest
on.
is a remarkable
I can't
piece of
do
engineering. The
I
high
can't do it. Like, I
tensile
can't do,
strength of the woven strands
scorpions
disperse
either.
stresses
Like,
and
scorpions also
strains.
scare me. But
With no
anything, like,
areas of
I just
weakness,
am
it's
not good
incredibly
with
strong
most
for its
bugs.
weight. But this isn't the only
You've
time
probably
a
noticed that the show
female has
brings out the
provided
actually
inspiration
nerded
to
me. You
design
just
one of
are
the
an
world's most
actually nerd.
amazing structures.
See, so Cass, where I live,
Back in 1612,
scorpions,
the Empress Mumtaz Mahal was
scorpions
married to the
are
Emperor Shah
not
Jahan,
common,
who
but
ruled
like
in
they're
the
not
country
rare if you
now
find
known
one.
as India. When she died, giving
I'm also
birth
like
to their 14th child,
terrified of
the
fucking
emperor was overpowered by grief. He
centipedes
became determined to honor her
and
memory
big
forever
millipedes.
and decided to build his beloved wife the most magnificent mausoleum of all time. A monument
Just
of
because they've got
eternal
too
love.
many legs, but also the
An
centipedes that are
army of
here in the
20,000
desert
stonemasons,
are
gem
huge.
cutters, marble fitters, and laborers
I'll
toiled
hydrate. I don't
22
have any
years
water
to build
because
it.
I forgot to grab some,
Legend
but I'll take a
has it
sip of my
that the
cherry
artisans
RC.
that built the dome and its 4 tapering minarets had their hands cut off afterwards, so that they would not be able to build anything to rival its beauty.
It's so funny. I hate centipedes. They scare the fuck out of me, and part of it has to do with the fact that we've got the giant centipedes here that are aggressive as shit and will bite you, and they're huge. But it's just funny because
This is the Weaver
Bernie's a
version of
centipede.
monumental building. It's the most extreme nest
And
on
Bernie
the
didn't
planet.
used to be a
It's
centipede, and I'm like, why
designed
would
by
you
a
do this
flock
to
of
me? That's
social weaver birds
that's
that
fucked
live
up.
on the plains
Why
of
would you become
Africa.
the thing I'm afraid of most? Pepsi and Coke are not similar at
Weighing
all.
more than a ton,
And I have an
this
RC
monument to
Cola,
avian
which is a
artistry
secret
can
third
house
thing.
more than 400 birds. And the best
which
part
tastes like
is
neither
nobody
of them.
loses a beak when it's finished.
It's fun. I don't really like cherry Pepsi.
thought houses of
I
straw
like
and fortresses
Pepsi
of
more
paper
than
were
Coke, but I don't
impressive.
like cherry Pepsi, but I like
Coming up
cherry
is a
Coke.
builder that designs
I really
luxury
my favorite Pepsi though
accommodation
was the cherry vanilla
underground.
Pepsi.
And what furry chainsaw makes a mighty mess of the
RC
neighborhood?
Cola is, I don't know if it's just a mainland soda. It's not my fault that when college poster was like, let's find our spirit animal, and that's all I retained. It looked like this. RC Cola. It's old as shit. It's been around since 1905. But it's just another cola brand, pretty much. I don't like Dr. Pepper. Controversial opinion. Hot topic. I don't like Dr. Pepper. I don't like it at all. There's no way your spirit animal, though, was a
You can
fucking
find the
centipede,
next
Bernie.
contender in our countdown of
There's no
extreme
fucking way.
animal architects living in cities that sprawl across the American prairie. One city was said to have 400
I don't really like
million
cherry
inhabitants
sodas.
and spread across an
I
area
only have the
20
cherry
times bigger
RCs
than
because my
Los
sister
Angeles.
bought like an
It's
18-pack of
just
them
that
and then
this
decided
city
she
was
didn't like them.
underground.
And so I was like, I'll drink them.
Popping in to number 3 in the countdown is the
My
prairie
spirit
dog.
animal is a black Labrador. I
This
don't know
fat
what my
little
spirit
rodent
animal
builds
is.
the best little house
And I'm
on
not
the
going to make
prairie,
assumptions.
but it can be 3 meters below the surface.
If that's what came to you, that's
The
what it is.
only
How the
signs
fuck did
above
they find
ground
this
of their
out?
tunneling activity are the mounds of dirt at the entrances to burrows.
I used to say when
The
I was
prairie
younger, I used to
dog
be like,
puts a
my
lot
spirit
of
animal is a
effort into
pit bull
maintaining
because
these
I'm scary
mounds.
looking, but I'm
Not
actually a
only do they
baby
make
on the
useful
inside.
lookout posts,
And that's
but
what
in
pit
these
bulls
flat
are.
grasslands, flooding can be a real problem, unless you build a
Guided
protective
meditation.
dike of
Interesting.
dirt. And as
Well, I guess I
protection
can't
against
shit
hungry
on you for being a
predators,
centipede
prairie
anymore.
dogs always dig several escape tunnels.
That was the whole hour bullshit. There's no fucking way.
Construction is a real family affair.
Was
One
your
male
also
can have up
was
to
your
4 females
teacher
helping him
white,
build the burrow and
Bernie?
collecting grass to
Or
line
did
the
he
chambers
have
below.
merit to be being like, we're
This
gonna figure
pudgy
out
little
spirit
digger
animals?
takes
Also, yes,
tunneling to
okay.
the extreme.
I don't know how much you can trust that, but I'm not a person that
Journey
deals with
down
spirit
into a
animals.
prairie dog burrow, and you'll discover a labyrinth of tunnels over 4 meters long. They build nurseries, bedrooms, a pantry, a toilet,
A teacher that cares about
and
zodiac signs. I
emergency
don't know if I had a
exits.
teacher that cared about
But the
zodiac
most
signs. It
impressive
wouldn't bother
part
me
of their
though,
tunnel
because
construction is the way
I'm into
prairie dogs
astrology, but I'm
invented
into
their
like
very
the
own
whole
air
thing.
conditioning
Like I can sit
system.
there and be like, oh, Bernie's a
The
Leo, but
mounds
I'm
at
also
the
like,
opening
what's your
of
birthday?
prairie dog
What
burrows
time
are
were you
built
born and
at
where?
different heights. Because higher places
He was
are
well versed in
windier,
world religion and
atmospheric
beliefs and
pressure is
spirituality.
reduced
Interesting.
At the mouth of the top entrance. This effectively sucks air out of the tunnel.
Excuse me?
Meanwhile, at the lower mound, the relatively higher pressure forces fresh air down into the burrow. It's a system that would come in handy in the baking heat of the Australian desert. Because here, just like a prairie dog town, people have gone down under.
Everyone got one? Interesting. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that shit. One dude got a gecko? Hell yeah.
Welcome to Coober Pedy, population 3,500, and about 70% of the town live underground. The
This once
reason
again
is
just makes me
simple.
think of Brother Bear.
Up on the surface of the desert, air
Brother Bear has
conditioners
nothing to do with
struggle
spirit
to cope
animals, but
with
there's a thing that
temperatures can
happens like
hit
at the
more
beginning
than
of Brother
50
Bear. They get
degrees.
assigned like
But underground houses remain a comfortable
like a
25
I don't think
degrees
it's a
all
spirit
year,
animal. It may
free
be.
of
I don't
charge.
remember. It's been a long time since I've seen Brother Bear. But Kenai
Some
gets the
underground
bear of
homes are
love.
mansions, complete with swimming pools. Surprisingly, the cost
Someone
can
else
be
had a chameleon that
30%
kept changing
less than
colors of other
conventional
animals.
housing,
Interesting.
because massive boring machines can dig a 4-bedroom abode in a single day.
The last time I watched Brother Bear, we were showing it to my sister because my
But
sister's
the best
younger
part
than
of
me.
designing a house in
And,
this part of the desert
So
is
she had
that
never seen it and we were
sometimes
showing
it
it
can
to
pay
her.
for
But
itself.
that was like fucking 7
Coober
years
Pedy
ago
is
now.
the opal capital of the world.
He learned
Many
it from
of
a
the
Native
homes were
American
once
guided
former
meditation
opal
program.
mines,
Interesting.
And often, people can find enough of the precious stones during the construction process to pay for the whole house.
That's like, I know a guy levels of credibility. Yeah.
Who knows what precious stones prairie dogs would find as they tunnel
I don't
across
remember
the
when Brother
prairie.
Bear came out.
But their major earthworks are nothing compared to the designs of
I know
the
it was in the
rodent
early
that's
2000s.
coming up next in the countdown.
Both Brother Bear and Brother Bear 2 are works of art. They are true pieces of cinema. 2003.
Our next contender is the
Oh,
most
you're the same age
influential
as my
ecosystem
sister.
engineer in North America. No other animal has a greater impact on the landscape than nature's
See,
very
I don't
own
remember
furry
when it came out
chainsaws.
because I was a child when it came out. I was like 5. Or not 5. I was 3 when it came out, so I don't remember it like that.
No
But
tree is safe from the beaver's chisel-like teeth.
I actually
And
want
the
to
sound
do
of
a
running
movie night
water
with
is
Brother
enough
Bear
to make the
in the
beaver
Discord
move
because
damn
Bernie's never
fast.
seen it, and it upsets me a lot that he's never seen it. And then I saw 2 edits on TikTok of it that made me cry, and I was like, I have to rewatch Brother Bear.
Beavers make their home using only teeth, tail, and paws. Their dam can transform a valley by creating their own private lake.
Yeah,
This is a moat to keep the
I
lodge
recently-
safe from predators. During the
if you
course
go
of a
into
year,
the
a pair
Discord,
of
there's
beavers may cut
there should
down
be a
as
channel
many
in there
as
now called
400
Rolls,
trees and flood
and
an
you
area
can
covering several
add.
hectares.
You should be able
And
to
that's
add
why
that
the
role if
beaver
you want
is
to be like
number 2
notified
in the
for it.
countdown. Their simple homes can become truly enormous.
I did. I made a Discord command. Cass is already in the Discord
How
though.
would you like to build a dam that's 4 meters high, 7 meters thick at the base, and strong enough to support a family car?
1, 2, 3.
The
4,
biggest
5,
beaver
6,
dam was more
7,
than
8, 9, 10.
650
Okay.
meters.
Oh, for
That's
future
long
reference,
enough to
yeah.
stretch beneath the Brooklyn Bridge.
I was
And
wondering
remember,
because I haven't seen you
beavers
online
use
in a
nothing
bit.
more than their teeth, paws, and bottom to build it.
Yes, I made a Discord command.
No wonder people say they're busy as a beaver. Few human designers would choose to build their house in a swamp. But there is one man who wanted to create a castle. In 1972, sculptor Howard Solomon was looking for a quiet place to work. He found it in a Central Florida swamp. But when he discovered that the land he'd bought didn't have enough high ground to build horizontal, he decided to build vertical instead. Solomon's castle now stands 3 stories high, and every exterior surface.
You did not. I didn't even know
with
you did
discarded
this. This is
aluminum
my first time
printing
hearing about
plates
the meditation.
From the local newspaper. The castle serves as an
I do
exhibition
not stream
gallery
every day.
for several
I've been
hundred
streaming
pieces of
3
Solomon's
times a
sculpture.
week. So it's just crazy timing.
The king
I
of this
stream
extraordinary
Tuesdays
castle is Howard Solomon.
at 7:30 and then Fridays at 8 because I'm doing crochet streams every Friday and Final Fantasy on Tuesdays. And then I do another extra stream one other time a week. I would like to start streaming more.
And the price was so reasonable. I thought, why not
But
tin castle?
trying not to
Tin
overwhelm
castles are for
myself
temporary kings. You
so
have
that
to
way I
leave
don't
before
like
it rusts.
fall out of it again. You think we were drinking when I spoke?
Solomon
Yeah,
may
because
be
I don't
the
remember
king
you
of the
telling me
Tin
about this meditation
Castle,
at all.
But not even he has a gold throne, unlike Lam Sai Wing from Hong Kong. The world's most expensive washroom is made out of 300 kilograms of
That's so
24
funny.
karat
That's
gold.
crazy.
Embedded
You
in
have
the
like
ceiling
you
are
have
more than
like
6,000 precious
you have
stones.
like a secret
It's
chaos
located in
sixth
Lam Sai
sense.
Wing's jewelry shop, and although 10,000 people visit it every day, only those who have spent more than $200 get to use the solid gold facilities for free.
Secret soccer.
Beavers may get fewer tourists visiting their lodge in the middle of the lake, but then that's kind of the point of their magnificent design.
Breathing and cleaning my
There's
night vision of
only
flower
one
field. See
animal
the reflect your
architect
feelings.
that's
He had
come
music
up
on
with a
too.
more
That's interesting.
extreme home, and it's not made out of
I don't know
gold,
how any of
but
that's
droppings.
done because I don't want to say for sure, but I don't think that that's a
We've seen
common
the
thing within the
9
culture
contenders.
here.
They're the best
But
of
I'm
the
not
best.
of the
Only
Navajo
one
culture, so I
designer
can't
has a
speak
home
on it for
that's
sure. I
more
just haven't heard
extreme.
about it in all my years of living here. Had to envision a forest and see a big ass mother tree, then we had to hug the tree and it was supposed to impart knowledge on us. Interesting.
Towering above the plains of Africa, this skyscraper belongs to some truly extreme home designers. It's just that they're all busy
Can't
down
believe-
in the basement.
So what did you getting a
digging their
centipede
way into
mean?
number 1 in the countdown.
Like, did it have any
are
meaning? Did he
termites.
tell you what the animals
These
meant, or did he
tiny
just tell
insects
you?
construct their massive castles using nothing more than their mouths.
Who said at
to
that
mix
part they were like
together
something their
saliva,
grandparents
dirt,
said to them a long
and
time ago?
dung.
That's crazy.
It may be messy, but this plaster sets like concrete and can be molded into extraordinary design
Like those
features
massive trees.
like
Like the
air
fucking trees
conditioning
from
systems,
Attack
a
on
water
Titan.
well, covered walkways, stairs, and underground gardens. The only thing they don't build are windows, because these incredible home designers are completely blind. A termite mound can be taller than a giraffe, weigh more than 60 tons, and house more than 5 million insects. Some of these extreme homes
Speaking-
can survive
just
for more
imagining
than
elves threatening the
100
tree of
years.
life.
But
Speaking
one
of Attack on
human
Titan, I can't
construction has
believe,
been around for
like,
much longer
that
than
the movie
About
had
5,000
foreshadowing in the
years
show,
ago,
which
on
is
the
crazy.
Salisbury Plains in England, people started to work on
Oh, that's
Stonehenge,
terrible.
an ancient monument created out of massive slabs of granite.
I would have stopped. If that happened to me, I would have stopped meditating
No one
immediately. I
knows
would have, like,
exactly
fucking
what
screamed.
inspired the first Neolithic home designers to maneuver 25-ton slabs of granite around a field. But we do know that the whole monument is symmetrically arranged around a central axis. A processional avenue points directly to the spot on the horizon.
Like, I would have
where
ruined the whole thing.
first appears on the 21st of June. This is the summer solstice, and every year at this time, the sun rises exactly on top of a stone in the center of the
There you
avenue.
will find them.
It's an extreme piece of design for people using Stone Age technology. But an animal with the brain the size of a pinhead has been doing the same
It is.
thing for millions
This
of
sounds
years on
scary.
the other side of the world. These are magnetic termite mounds, and every single mound is precisely aligned to face north. Magnetic termites are number 1 in the countdown because it's been recently discovered that termites can sense the Earth's magnetic field. Without this information, they would surely die in the extreme heat of Australia's Northern Territory. The sun is the reason why the
you know
magnetic
frogs are
termite has
magnetic?
to design such a strange home. It's very wide and very, very
You collect your
thin.
own pet ants. Maybe.
Termites migrate
Well, they're
within the
termites,
nest
so you
because
probably
there
don't
can be
want
a 20
them.
degree temperature difference between the side in the shadow and the side in the sun. And at midday, because only the thin
Did you
upper
know though
edge
that
of
they
the
sell
mound
frog
faces
magnets
the
and it's a
sun,
big
the
stick that's a
amount of
magnet,
heat
and if you put it
absorbed
next
by
to a
the
frog,
nest
the
is
frog
minimized.
sticks to it because frogs are magnetic for whatever
While
reason.
accurately aligning the house is a matter of
Nah, I'd win.
survival for the
See,
magnetic
that
termite,
sentence is inherently
some people
cursed though.
believe that human home orientation can influence your health, wealth, and happiness.
Frogs scare you?
That's
Interesting.
why it pays to call in an expert
Thing
in
on
one
top
of the
of my head
hottest
clicked.
design trends sweeping America.
That's insane. That's... Did your teacher... But did...
Hi,
I'm Angie.
I'm Steve. How are you?
Angie Ma Wong is the
I
feng
don't
shui
like
lady
centipedes,
of Los
so that
Angeles.
freaks the fuck out of
Feng
me.
shui means wind and water.
Frogs?
in
Why do
Chinese.
frogs scare you?
It's based on the idea that landscapes, buildings, and even whole cities have hidden zones of energy, or qi. This energy can be manipulated by the shape, color, and size of a structure. A building that allows qi to flow freely brings about prosperity.
That's how it happened. Does it
and
mean
success.
anything though? Does like
So it's very
did
important to
did
make
he
sure
tell
that the
you what your
client's
spirit
house
animals
is
meant, or did he
correctly
just
aligned
make
to
you
its
do it and then
surroundings.
was like, that's what they are?
That's
Good luck.
why, just like a magnetic
It might
termite,
traumatize me.
Angie
What the
positions
fuck happened
features
with
of
the
the client's
frog? Did
house
it like
in
explode or
relation to
some
the
shit?
directions of a
What?
special compass. Because these directions govern various aspects of life,
Okay, that
she
looks
places the
insane. What the fuck
corresponding
happened?
colors, animal symbols, numbers, and elements in the areas that the client wishes to activate.
It depends on your. What does that mean?
By putting things in their correct place, Angie believes that you can live a happier, healthier life.
Feng Shui is about energy. We're talking about the energy of a home.
Those
And
are
by
too big.
moving different things to different places, by adding
What
things or
fuck?
subtracting things, we actually can manipulate the energy.
Three basic things we can do immediately to improve things. Number one, when you're sleeping, you would close the door. Okay, like
My
that.
head. There it is.
Okay. Number
And
two,
what will that do?
that is preventing the sha qi from coming out.
God
this
damn it!
energy
It
that's
pulled
coming
the
from
stitch out. I'm
bathroom,
gonna lose my mind.
The toxic energy, the toxic
I'm, like,
energy
curious.
coming
I
out
wanna
towards
know.
whoever the occupants of the bed are. The second thing would be to remove this plant here. As you can see, these are like spear heads right here, and the sha qi is emanating. This killing energy is emanating all over the room, every point into the room. And third, we would like to move this bed with the head part right up here so that you have support behind you. Okay?
We don't have to
4
rip out
and
any walls.
5.
We do not have to rip out our feng shui is very natural and can be very practical, and I think that you'll find your sleep will improve.
I
Can
am
my
responsible
mouse
to my
work?
clients to harmonize
Okay, he
them
said that
and
he
their
hadn't seen too many
energies
people with that, but based on
with
its nature, it probably
their
something to do with
homes and their
mobility to some degree.
workplaces,
Interesting.
so they can be
Uncle
more
wanted to have
productive, they
frog
can be
legs for
more
dinner. My
wealthy, they
aunt
can be
bought
more
them. She placed
healthy.
frog on the chopping board and told me to look at it. I was like, oh, it's so cute, right? As I said it, she hacked its head off with the cleaver. That's so
Natural feng shui certainly keeps magnetic
I don't
termites
mean to
healthy.
laugh, but
This
that's
could be
fucking
why
terrible.
no other
What the
animal in the
fuck?
countdown compares to the
That's
thousands
evil.
of blind designers that build
That's
a
evil.
perfectly oriented, air-conditioned mansion.
Can't even look.
out
No,
of
that's
nothing
fair.
but
That's
dirt
evil.
and
Why would she
droppings.
do that to you on purpose?
That's why, when it comes to animal architecture, the termite
Both
really
the you
is
and the frog,
the
yeah.
most extreme.
Okay, I'll pause this episode here because I actually need to give Poppy his medicine. I think these eyes should be the right. Those are two different sizes. Awesome. These should be fine. Let me put them there. Trying to show the frog, but I wasn't expecting her to cut it in front of me. Yeah, that's insane. That's not cool. Yeah, it's Poppy time. I will BRB to go give Poppy his medicine, and then we'll come back. You'll look up centipede meetings? Sure. I'm back. I also got some water, and I had to pee, so. Dude, I love this playlist. It's a good playlist. Awesome. Hydrate time. Okay. Next episode. The most extreme 30 wild parties.
Because we're getting down and dirty with the party animals of the natural world.
Okay, eyes. Oh, I didn't grab the bag with the
We're
fucking
counting
backings.
down the top 10 most extreme animal get-togethers and comparing them to what happens when we let our hair down.
I think it says 9mm. I have no way of knowing what size any of these are. So we're just gonna hope these are an okay size.
Earth is a planet of extremes.
In between 4 and 5, it says.
And extreme animals. But
You think if I ate enough shrimp, I could turn pink like a flamingo? I don't know. I think you'd get sick before you turned pink. I think you'd like overdose on iodine.
Extreme.
But maybe. I'm trying to find
Why
the
do we
fucking
love to party? Well, sometimes there's more to it than just
1,
having
2,
a good
3,
time.
4, 5. Between 4 and 5, it's 5
Parties are a way of
stitches
getting to meet like-minded
between
mammals.
them.
It can help define relationships,
Yeah, they put iodine in salt because people don't get enough of it.
which is why nobody loves a wild night out more than our
Wait.
first contender.
Your cholesterol would explode. Well, you can still have too much.
The wolf
1,
is a
2,
truly
3,
social
4,
animal.
5.
Working together, they can run down and kill animals many times their own weight. Wolves
Yeah?
are number 10 in the countdown because
Why did
all
the
aspects
one
of
on the
their
picture
life
seem further
revolve
away?
around the pack. While most wolf packs are in small family groups, sometimes there are up to 40 animals.
I
joining
found
the
many
party.
things.
But it's not the
At least on
size
a
that
that's a
makes
lot
them
of
extreme.
shrimp. I think your
It's their
stomach would
complex social
pop.
structure.
I would have to confirm or how am I supposed to confirm or deny this?
Pack society is organized along a chain of command or dominance hierarchy.
I don't know.
At
Do you
the
think this
top
is too
are the
far
alpha
apart? I
male
don't.
and female, and
Oh,
the
you mean
lowest
beat them in a fight?
show who's boss.
Probably. Signified ambition and
It may
forward
look
movement.
ferocious,
Okay.
But this is just a part of partying with the wolf pack. Their
Can this
strict
fucking
social
focus,
etiquette
please?
is maintained by simple social signals, like
There we
never
go.
raising their tail in front of the top
This is
dog.
also teal,
Every
by the
wolf
way.
pack
It's
knows
not
its
blue.
place thanks to these
But my
ritualized
camera
behaviors of
refuses to
threat
show
and
the
submission.
color.
But it's not only wild
Well,
wolves that know
I
how to
think
behave at a
this
party.
is plenty far apart.
The Park Bench Cafe in Los Angeles caters for all
I
tastes.
think.
They'll throw a birthday party for anyone with 2 legs.
Oh no,
or
Pondo.
4.
It's supposed to be the Loch Ness
It's a
monster, so
celebration
not
for
entirely a
more than
snake. I
50
like
basset
snakes.
hounds.
I'm somewhat
Yes,
similar to
Molly.
snakes,
It's
because
her
I'm
birthday,
fucking
so
cold-blooded,
today
I swear to
she's the
God.
leader of the pack. But unlike her ancestors, the
I've got like
wolves,
low
the
iron
rules
and
of
bad
social
circulation,
behavior for the
which
members of
means
the
I am a
Basset Hound
reptile.
Rescue Club are very civilized indeed.
Because I was trying to look at the picture, and the picture, the eyes look kind of far
At
apart.
this dog-friendly diner,
Resilient, good at
everything
overcoming
is supplied for the perfect
obstacles.
celebration,
What
including
is
some
with you with like
unusual canine
amphibians and
cuisine.
reptiles? What Why aren't you allowed to enjoy cold-blooded creatures?
Perhaps wolves would be less aggressive if they could get their meals delivered.
Are
on
you
a
okay
plate,
with
too.
lizards?
But compared to basset hounds, wolves are experts at sending
The
out
antennae
their
signify
own
empathy
target
and psychic
invitations.
intuition. I can believe it. Why?
Pack
What the fuck
howl
is happening
together,
down
close
there?
together, especially when a single territory can cover up to
What isn't happening, I guess,
13,000
is the
square
better question to
kilometers.
ask.
Each howl is distinct enough to be used as a long-distance ID tag, allowing the pack to separate friends
I think you're
from
okay
foes.
at overcoming obstacles.
Neighboring packs may
You need to
also
only
be able
interact
to
with
pick out
mammals,
these
apparently. What the
differences
fuck does-
and
Oh,
compare heads
Cass, I thought you were
so
talking to
that they
me.
can decide
I thought
if
you
it's
had
worth
trouble
trying to
with
enter
Cass.
another territory.
Yeah, what don't you have trauma with, Cass?
If a rival pack gets too close for comfort, wolves can quickly call for backup. But it's not just wolves that can quickly rustle up
You
a
like
posse.
turtles? Well, that's good.
Today, people can be instantly summoned
Don't I
by an
know
electronic
turtles?
howl. In 2003, more than 300 New Yorkers descended on a toy store in Times Square. Using modern electronic communication devices, this bizarre pack of humans gathered together to worship a giant animatronic
You will say.
dinosaur.
I feel like I messed something up or something, because maybe the eyes are too far apart now?
Summoned by an
Maybe
anonymous alpha male, this flash mob dispersed as mysteriously as it arrived.
Oh, that's terrible. I think I wouldn't mind them, that makes sense. I don't know what I did. That's not what it's supposed to look like, I don't think.
And everyone was like, what's going on? The people that didn't know. And it was just like a big mind game.
I feel like the eyes are too far apart now. One,
If only
two,
the next contender communicated as effectively as the wolf pack.
I can. Well, it's hard to remove the safety eyes once I've put them in. But I can. I've done it before. Let me just count this, make sure this is actually 16.
Sometimes
1, 2,
there's more
3,
to
4,
throwing a
5,
good
6,
party than
7,
meets the
8,
eye.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so it is actually 16, so I didn't mess up on the stitches. Well, okay, it's going to round out, and then it'll be kind of more like this, I think. I'm not done. There's only,
Enough planning, skill, and enthusiasm to
there's
pull off a
only
big
3
bash
rows
every
left.
night for 4 months. It's just that in the lonely forests of New Zealand,
So
it
it's
can be really
going to
hard
close
find
up,
a
like right
date
about
if
now.
You're a male kakapo. This giant flightless parrot is one of the rarest birds in the world. It lives on only the remotest islands and is very shy. Most
Apparently,
people will
I
only
think.
ever see the kakapos dance.
I just feel like
floor.
the eyes are too far
That's
apart
because
now,
in the
but
breeding
maybe,
season,
I don't
male
know.
kakapo make themselves a stage on prominent hilltops with low-growing vegetation.
I
This
can
is
always
where
like
these
squish it though. I
funky
can like
chickens
squish
will
it
strut
and
their stuff in the heat of the
we'll
night.
finish it and then we'll see what happens. What's
The
happening?
kakapo is number 9 in the countdown because if the male wants to get a date, he's got to throw the best party on the island.
You used to have a pet trauma?
Females choose
A pet
mate
trauma.
by
I'm
listening
fucking
to
stupid.
one of
You
the
used to have a
loudest
pet
love
parrot.
songs of any bird on the planet.
Poor Cass, bro.
The male sends out a low-frequency sonic boom that's so powerful it can travel up to 5 kilometers. Every night, for
Dude,
4
I feel
months, he can
bad.
belt out up to 10,000 of these big bass beats, and
You want a
several thousand
dog?
whistles as well.
Are dogs okay?
This is his way of
I want
giving
a
directions
cat. There's
to
a
Club
kitten
Kakapo, and
that
hard work.
is
A male
local
kakapo
that's
can
being
lose
fostered
half
right
his
now
weight
that I
during
like
breeding
fell in
season,
love with.
and yet
He
there's
has
no
the cutest little
guarantee that a
face,
female
but
will
I
fit
don't
his
know how
carefully
my dog
constructed boom
would
boom.
react to having a cat. The one you
There's
should,
nothing
yeah.
sadder than throwing a
Do you have too
party
much trauma with
when there's
dogs?
no
Did you
one
get
to
bit?
dance with. For the kakapo,
There-
all those booms don't always
Bernie,
end
be
with a
nice.
bang. unlike some of the most
We'll show it.
extreme party accessories on the
He's
planet.
just a little baby.
There may not be too many fireworks in the life of a male kakapo, but for the Grucci family of New York, business has been booming. According to fifth-generation pyrotechnic expert Phil Grucci.
Pyrotechnicians used to
I don't know if I can,
with a
like,
railroad flare or a flare and light
show you
fireworks,
very
take a
well.
few steps away and out comes a fireworks shell and go
But
back again and light
that's what he
another.
looks like.
We've personally pioneered
And I'm
the electronics
obsessed
in our
with him.
industry, the electronics to
He's
bring
got this tiny little black
just a light
nose,
bulb. In this
and
case,
like
push
he's
a
got
button
this
and it
light little
ignites the
coloring
firework
around
effect.
his face, and I love him.
Did a program in Shanghai.
See,
We had
I have
20
more trauma with
rooftops,
cats than dogs.
23 rooftops, 10
I'm more afraid of cats than I am dogs, but I understand dogs better than I understand cats.
Fireworks by Grucci have illuminated 6 consecutive U.S. presidential inaugurations and the
Bring the
annual
boat
New Year's
back
Eve
to port.
display in Times Square. And each year the party just gets more high-tech because now
What happened with
Grucci
horses?
put computer chips inside their rockets.
What did the horse do to you?
gives us the ability to keep the tolerances down to 1,000th of a second. So where we could put pump, 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 pump up in the sky,
Goat!
we were never able to do
Cass.
the traditional fuse effect in a
Cass, why don't animals like you? I- Go to a zoo!
Unfortunately for many male kakapo, their love lives are
I
often
don't
far from
know.
explosive. Despite their best efforts, sometimes the chicks just
See,
don't like
what's
the
really my
party
sister
crew.
has been bit by
No wonder
almost
a
every
lonely
dog
kakapo can
she's
get a little
ever
desperate.
interacted with. How did you get
Perhaps we can blame
almost
it on
attacked
the
by an
breeding,
orangutan?
because some
How the
male
fuck did that
kakapos have
happen?
been known to get down and dirty with females of a different species.
One, two. It's
So
a
far,
long
we've
story.
karaoke'd with kakapos
What is
and
happening?
danced with wolves. But still to come, we find out which primate throws the best pool parties.
Oop.
And
It's a
later,
long story.
what
I
animals
just
get down in poisonous pools of boiling water? That's coming up on the most extreme.
I feel like I'm miscounting, so I'm just gonna restart this because I'm getting fucking distracted because I'm just amazed. One of these days I'll get a pet, bro. No, my sister's got terrible luck with dogs. She's got bit by so many dogs. My sister got bit by dogs we didn't know bit. Of
northern Japan.
And she still wants dogs, which is amazing to me because she always gets bit in the face. She's never once been bit anywhere else. She's always gotten bit in the face.
Japanese macaques.
Macaques.
These snow monkeys are
Let's
famous
hope it
for their
doesn't unlock a
ability
new
to
trauma,
learn.
bro.
And that's why when they get caught up in a blizzard, the troop heads off to hit the party scene with a splash.
I think the only dog she hasn't been bit by are some family friends' dogs. Tom and then Chaos. You got bit by a chihuahua? Well, that makes sense. I've been bit by a chihuahua. His name is Poppy.
30 years ago, a female
He's bit my
monkey
sister
called
3 times, and
stopped
every
to
time
have
it was
seen
her fault.
people bathing in these hot pools. Unlike any monkey before her, Tequila decided to join them. Now, the whole troop has learned to keep warm in the pool. In an extreme case of monkey see, monkey do.
Chihuahuas are just full of
Humans and
hate.
macaques have their own separate pools
Chihuahuas
for
are
bathing.
just full
And
of
now
hate.
people come
The only
especially
dogs
to
that
look
we
at the
had that
bathing
didn't bite
beauties
my
of the monkey
sister
world.
were a
In a
pit bull
cool
and a
climate,
Great
a
Pyrenees.
hot pool would seem to be the perfect
What do you call
place
those
for
little
a party,
greenhouses, the self-sustaining
but
ones? A
not for some
greenhouse?
extremely brave humans. Every winter, thousands of people all over the world take the plunge into freezing waters. For some, it's a race. But others
Um,
believe a quick dip
Yeah,
in cold water is
both
good
of
for
them
the
are.
health.
Great Pyrenees are livestock guardian dogs.
But for the world's
And then the
most
pit,
extreme polar
um,
plunge, you
they're
have to
kind
head
of
south for the
similar,
winter.
but
A long way
they also acted better than our Chihuahua does.
Welcome to Antarctica, the coldest place on the planet.
What? What the fuck are
The
you
arrival
talking
of
about,
spring
Bernie?
signals the start of a peculiar party for the scientists and support staff that endured the icy darkness of the Antarctic winter. It's the annual Scott Base Polar Plunge.
Terrar. Oh! Oh! Terrar. Yeah! Oh my god! I'm gonna get mad!
Cold water robs body heat 32 times faster than cold air. Then it's a quick dash back to base for a hot
You
cup
said
of tea.
greenhouse and I got so confused. Okay,
Most people would
I
find it more enjoyable
yeah,
to have a
there you
pool
go.
party with
Have
Japanese
plants as pets. There's no way
especially since in
you
this
have
hot
trauma
climate,
with,
you
like,
get your hair groomed at the
plants.
same time. Grooming is the social glue that binds the troop together. It turns
I need
pesky
to-
parasites
what do you
like
mean,
lice
well?
and ticks
You need to move
into
my
the
trash
monkey's
can
favorite
in my
hors
way.
d'oeuvres.
For my leggies.
So far, we've seen
What do you mean, well?
monkeys
What the fuck
grooming
happened?
and birds
How
going
on
berserk.
earth?
But still to come.
How on
You'll
earth?
discover that some swimming singles parties really bite. And what animal loves a good banquet but hates all the guests? Find out next on The Most.
I don't know what that means. Okay. What is paciencia?
Our countdown continues.
Oh,
A wild
okay.
party that can get out of control. Our next
Did you
contestant
stick your
is
finger in
so
the Venus flytrap,
antisocial
Cass?
that it pays to keep well clear, because this is no ordinary teddy bear's picnic. For a few weeks every summer, the McNeil River Falls in Alaska are home to the greatest gathering of wild grizzlies in the world. Hundreds of these normally solitary bears take part in a really wild fishing party.
You did? Okay.
They're
Did
here
you-
for the return of salmon heading upstream to spawn.
So you killed the Venus flytrap, is what I'm learning.
The tricky part is pulling them out of the water.
Man, you sound like, that sounds a lot like my fucking sister. My sister would be told not to, like, touch something, not to do something. And she'd be like, why? And then do it, and find out the hard way why she was told not to fucking do that.
More experienced anglers use the more subtle submarine dive.
I need to put more stuff in this. I can't be trusted. It's not even like you can't be trusted with plants because of anything you're doing to them. You can't be trusted with pets because of things that they're doing to you.
Simply wait for the fish to come to them.
That's you committing plant murder. Hey, committing plant murder can be traumatic. My trauma with parents was self-inflicted. Did you stick your finger in the parrot's mouth too?
The promise of an easy meal means that they put aside their differences.
The Venus flytrap is on you. That's funny. I always wanted a Venus flytrap, but I don't think I'd be able to take care of it properly.
The summer salmon run provides plenty of protein, but it also brings
I have succulents and I barely take care of those properly.
That's why these
Get one of those Japanese sea moss plants that comes in like a can.
but not even grizzly bears are
Why? Why did they get you 2 parrots as a gift when you were a child? It doesn't make any sense. That seems silly.
Every February in the Italian town of Ivrea, people celebrate their freedom from tyranny with a festival. There's music, dancing, and a massive food fight. This is a reenactment of the 12th century uprising against the evil Marquis of Monferrato. It's just that instead of the rocks used in the original conflict,
Oh no.
use oranges. More than
Oranges?
80,000 kilograms of oranges are turned to pulp during the 3-day battle.
Oh, those poor fucking horses, bro.
Grizzly bears have to fight for weeks to secure their place on the river, which is why this party is definitely rated adults only. Any baby bear swept into the path of an angry male could be in deadly danger. That's why most mothers teach their cubs how to fish away from the fiercely competitive fathers.
And I can get them back in the cage. You let it go. What? How did I manage to unfucking do this stitch again?
Maybe one day these cubs will get to go fishing at the falls, but they'll never.
What
get
happened
their
to
father
it?
an invite to our next
Did you
water
just
party.
drop it? Still think about that one salmon. What salmon? Or did it fly
In the
away?
underwater canyons of the South Pacific,
The one the bear
our
skinned?
next
Oh.
contender is getting ready to attend an annual gala where all the guests wear tails.
It flew. Aw,
The
no.
black stingray is number 6 in the countdown because every year it leaves its home in the sandy shallows to hang out
What
with
up, baby?
hundreds of others in these
I'm not
rocky
scared. You should be
ravines.
scared of bears.
Extreme human dance parties.
Oi. Am I back? We lost you. Am I lagging? Hello? I don't know what happened. Okay, am I back? Looks like I'm back. Let me go back. Like, that many seconds. I didn't even realize because I was crocheting. I was locked the fuck in. I don't know if you heard me. Polar bears will not give you the decency of killing you before they start eating you. They will just start eating you. The cubs are cute. You shouldn't be afraid of the cubs. But, like, the mom. I can dodge. You cannot. I mean, you can attempt.
With their Romeos clamped on to their delicate wings,
Bernie.
the females dance the night away. Luckily, this is only a one-night stand, unlike some of the most extreme human dance parties. In America, back in the 1930s,
This isn't the
dance
Tyson
marathons
fight.
swept
Dude,
the
if I could stream the Tyson fight without getting
$2,000
insta-banned, I
up
would.
passes. Serious competitors danced for not just days,
He
but
did not
weeks.
dodge the tree.
The record stood at over 5,000
Wait, what?
hours.
Good morning, Toad.
The casualty rate was high.
Hold on, I missed something.
People were reported to
Could
have
just
actually
get a boat and
danced
speed away on the
themselves
ice like it's
to
Minecraft.
death.
Based on the dude from that one show, if you can dodge a tree, you can dodge a bear. He didn't dodge the tree.
Fortunately, a night of passionate dancing doesn't kill a female stingray. The male's love bites leave white scars, but there's no serious damage because the skin on her fins can be 50% thicker than the male's. Stingrays may
How does
host
it
the
look like
wildest
that?
singles night in town, but our next bash is
What
strictly
happened to my
for the
yarn?
boys.
Ooh.
If you thought that stingrays and bears know how to party hardy, then just wait till you get the lowdown on a
I
hoedown
messed
with
everything up,
10,000
holy shit.
guests. And we'll reveal the biggest bachelor party on the planet. That's next on the most extreme.
You can climb up the tree and dodge it. They do that with grizzlies. Can grizzly bears not climb trees? I don't know if polar bears can climb trees because there's no trees in the Arctic.
Things may be chilly in the Arctic Ocean, but our countdown of wild parties is about to heat up. Thanks to
Black
our
bears can climb trees. I don't know if polar bears can.
For most of the year, the walrus lives around the edge
I'll
of
climb
the
an
sea
ice spike.
In summer, females and their babies will follow the retreating ice pack northwards. But the males have different plans. The bull walrus is number 5 in the countdown because having got rid of the family, he's free to join his mates and head to the coast of Alaska for the
It won't, I'm cool like
baddest
that.
bachelor bash on Earth.
Cass is simply better.
When several thousand testosterone-filled males get together, you have a grunting, groaning, snorting beach of blubber. That's because the walrus has to fight for the right to party.
You gotta fight for your right to
These bachelor parties are all about
party.
sorting out the men from the boys. On
I'm not validating that was a response.
priority spots for sunbathing. And in
Look
the
how
world of the
stupid
walrus,
looking
the
this
bigger
looks.
The, tusk, the more priority you have. Their massively elongated canine teeth can be
I don't know how
nearly
to-
a meter long and can inflict a
No,
nasty
the
wound.
Loch Ness monster
Even
head.
If you have skin that's up to 5 centimeters thick.
Look at
or up
that
to
fucking
15
thing. That doesn't
centimeters
look
of
right. I don't know. It's too
blubber.
late now.
But apart from the occasional disagreements with neighbors, the bulls are happy to be surrounded by their bachelor buddies.
I don't know.
Unlike one town in
Thank you.
Australia, where the men
Why would you
go to
call it a
great
sunfish?
lengths to get some female companionship.
Stretch so I can sit up straight.
The remote
Oh, I'm
settlement
sitting on
of
Monty.
Harrow
See, this
looks
is how
like
he
just
falls off
another
because
country
I'll
town
sit on
with
him
all
and then
the
he just
usual
slowly
Australian
slides out from
activities.
under me.
We've got footy on weekends. Few people play golf. Plenty of activities to be done around here. But just
Our planet? I don't think so.
single females at the present moment. That'll change over this. That'll change for this weekend. Yeah, well,
Okay, now we gotta do the front
men
half
at
of the
Harrow
body
are
slash
cleaning up
neck.
their act to get ready for the social event of the year.
Keep me trauma about
It's
walruses.
the
I
Big
fucking believe it.
Boss Ball. Hundreds of single females are being shipped in from the city, often with one thing on their mind.
I'm here at the Heritage Hotel in Harrow to find a husband.
yep.
As
Want a
they
husband?
say.
Hey, I better go.
While some of the men aren't yet ready for commitment, most of the women are ready to kick up their heels to find that special someone.
Wait, what?
They're very cute in their little suits, but they're shy. They're shy as hell.
I just go to this club. I'm not going to the fucking UK to find a husband. Gross.
Some of the men will have overcome their coyness to ensure that the Harrow males don't become an extinct species. But there's
Get
nothing
married,
bashful
question
about
mark.
these bachelors. Their time with
There's not
the
much space in the
females
cliffs
is
they stay in since they're so
temporary.
big. They start
In
pushing each
only
other
a
off
few
from the
weeks,
cliff.
they'll be
Ah,
heading north
yeah.
for the breeding season.
National Geographic does not give a
These
shit.
bachelor buddies do nothing
They're like,
but
these are animals.
swim and eat. How would you like to party like a walrus? You'd be able able to head out to dinner.
Schools
with a
used to show the
few
crazy
hundred
shit
of your
too, yeah.
blubbery buddies.
I have to turn my fan on. The heater keeps turning on, but I am warm. Would you? I watched a lion eat a whole ass zebra. Yeah, dude.
No trouble heading down to the seafloor
I
to
don't
find
know.
a suitable eating place. A walrus loves seafood, especially clams. A single meal can consist of 6,000 clams.
6,000.
Find it easy to put on
A
the plate.
walrus loves seafood. That is not the most insane thing he said.
Head back to the beach.
He said that orangutans were swingers, and then he was like, because they swing from the trees. You watch your English teacher's relationship implode?
Hanging out with 10,000 overweight, overfed males would certainly be a wild party. While these red-blooded bulls are quite happy living the life of a bachelor,
They have other sources of food.
next
Nah,
together is
they
so
love
desperate for
seafood.
female company that it ties itself in knots.
Ah. His wife was another English teacher and she cheated on him halfway through the school year. Holy shit.
Take part in a most
One of my teachers
unusual
got a call
festival.
from their husband asking for a divorce. In the middle of class? What the fuck?
It's to celebrate how, thanks to a miracle, the saint survived when he was once bitten by a poisonous snake.
They were married for like 7
Today,
years too? Oh my
people
fucking
still
god.
pray to Saint Dominic's statue for protection against snakes.
Have you heard of this, Bernie?
celebration is tame compared to the wild party thrown by the snake that's hiding deep under the snow of a Canadian
He's kind of a dick,
winter.
but he deserved that.
Slithering in to
Saint,
number 4
whatever
on
the fuck
countdown
his name was.
is the red-sided
Her son was in
garter
that class with us? Holy shit.
snake. This male has spent 8 months in hibernation, but with the arrival of spring, the temperature starts
I don't know.
rising,
He protects you
and
against
so do male
snakes.
garter snakes. All 10,000 of them.
10,000. It was not Patrick.
But the festivities can't begin.
No, he
until a
deported the
female
snakes.
appears. She's 3 times the size of the males and can entertain up to 100 guys at the same time.
Holy shit.
The red-sided garter snake is number 4 in the countdown because this reptilian revelry is the largest concentration of snakes in the world.
She building a harem for real. Dude, I wish that was me.
Emerges into the sun of the snake pit.
How do
She
I
can
get
be
100
outnumbered
boyfriends?
3,000 to 1. That means a lot of male snakes are going to be awfully disappointed.
It's like that one anime with the fucking 100 girlfriends or whatever, but it's the other way around. Hey, that's when I was born.
No such trouble. One of the world's biggest weddings was held at Seoul's Olympic Stadium in South Korea. Officiating was the Reverend Sung-Young Moon of the Holy Spirit Association for the Unification of World Christianity. Some 40,000
Huh?
couples said "I do" in the stadium, and thousands more joined the proceedings by satellite and the internet. Many of those getting married had only met their spouse a few days before the ceremony.
Oh, I start by watching the 100 girlfriends who really,
Finding
really,
the
really love
perfect
you.
spouse is even more complicated for the
You have a
red garter
t-shirt from
snake.
them? That's crazy.
Researchers
Why
have
does it sound
found
like a
that in
cult?
16%
Because
of
it's
the
a
mating
church
calls,
thing.
The males are being courted by a transvestite.
Huh? You can't say that!
Mimic the alluring smell of a female.
Man, the early
He's not
2000s.
interested in the males. His cunning plan is to cause enough confusion in the mating frenzy to distract his rivals from the real female. It's a way of increasing his chances of having his wicked way with her. Some
What a
males
time.
get so wrapped up in their romance that they get caught out in the
This
cold.
was made
But
in
not even
like
a snowfall
fucking
can cool the
2004,
passions of these
2005.
Mercurian Romeos.
Like
When the sun
before the
rises,
2010s.
thaw out,
They could,
continue
there's
their
a lot of
on
shit they could say
wild
back then
scrap hunting.
that they can no longer say. Oh, I don't need this yet.
So far, we've seen snakes having a ball and walrus in a brawl. But coming up next, we'll join the most dangerous dinner party on Earth.
Now only the Pope can say something. I can't believe the
And we'll
Pope said that
discover
shit, bro.
which party animal rolls out a living red carpet. That's next on The Most Extreme.
I don't know if he actually said it twice. So apparently the twice thing was from like poo culture, not the actual like pop culture
Countdown of the
thing.
wildest get-togethers
So
in the animal kingdom
I don't actually think he
continues
said
with
it
an
twice.
Extreme dinner party. The next contender has very few table manners because it prefers to eat on the run.
Hans?
The wildebeest
Oh.
is number 3 in the countdown because it's part of the largest movable feast on the planet. From the vast
Hydrate.
Serengeti
Hold
plains
on.
to the hills of the Masai Mara, 1.5 million wildebeest migrate over 3,000 kilometers.
They killed
each
Mufasa.
year
No.
in search of the next
Scar
course of
killed
the dinner
Mufasa.
party. The wildebeest have a special party trick to help find their favorite
Drama from the Lion
They
King
can
drama,
sense
bro.
when and where rain will fall. This means they can feed on the freshest, most tender shoots of rain-ripened grass. But this dinner party isn't without its risks. The wildebeest are relentlessly tracked
Like,
by hungry predators.
It's sad, bro. When I got to see it on Broadway, actually, and fucking that shit hits different.
That hosted the world's most dangerous dinner party. High in the Peruvian Andes, an extraordinary group of mountaineers are gearing up for an unusual event. These climbers are dressing for a real high society dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is ready. Would you please take your places now?
It means no worries for the rest of you. Yeah, exactly. Hakuna Matata.
Party at 6,000 meters.
What the fuck?
Room temperature, sir. -20? Around about that.
At this altitude,
For
there's
Mufasa
more
was
to
about
worry
2
about than
days,
just
bro.
frostbite and hypothermia. Up here,
Can't believe the wildebeest killed Mufasa. That'd be like if I pushed you down the stairs and you died and I was like, the stairs killed him. I didn't kill him.
It's like trying to run on a treadmill while breathing through a straw. This really is no place for a
What
party.
even is the point of this? Rich people do
And
weird
neither
shit,
is
man.
The edge of the Mara River in Kenya. These wildebeest are about to face the herd's biggest hurdle.
Okay, yeah.
Hungry crocodiles line up to spoil
You
the
would say
party.
that. What? I would not, because that's stupid. Because it'd be like, well, he wouldn't have died if you didn't push him down the stairs.
Is lucky enough to escape the jaws. There's so much panic. in
Like,
this
Mufasa wouldn't have died if Scar had helped him up instead of throwing him down.
Although crocodiles are normally solitary creatures, they cooperate for this special annual event. So when nature's dinner bell rings, the crocs go in for the kill.
2. Technically.
It's a lousy dinner party when you end up on the menu. But not even a scared wildebeest can hot-foot it out of trouble quite like our next contender.
I'd say like. If he wasn't being a baby, I wouldn't have pushed it. I'm still at fault.
Valley are home to millions of our next contender.
I still got killed.
Flamingos.
Nature trauma hitting harder than my mom's slippers. Holy shit.
Boogie down in one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. Fed by boiling
You just got all the
springs,
trauma.
A soda lake is so
You
full
are
of caustic
trauma.
sodium carbonate that it would strip the skin off human legs in seconds.
Ouch.
Some birds are reputed to be able to drink water that's a steamy 60 degrees. And
I'm
the
assuming
skin on their
Celsius.
legs is so resilient that the caustic soda has no effect. It's an unlikely place for a party, but these poisonous pools are both feeding ground and dance floor. That's because a whole colony will move and groove in unison. It's thought that these elaborate
Look at him
dance
go.
moves helps the birds
Trauma isn't my middle name, it's part of my last
during the breeding season. But flamingos aren't the only party animals to dance in a dress of pink feathers. Each year, more than 2 million people flock to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil
Dude,
to celebrate
Brazil.
the annual carnival. This 4-day
Fucking
festival
carnival.
is reputed to be
The
wildest
VT now stands for very traumatized. Yeah, it's not Cassius
more than
VTuber.
100
It's
brightly
Cassius
colored
very
boats represent the
traumatized.
city's 15 different samba schools. They dance through the streets, competing for the crowd's attention.
Indeed. Why isn't this moving? Okay. I need to put something in front of this because this keeps pushing
Many
forward.
dancers wear far fewer feathers than flamingos,
Plus 100 aura. Oh god.
but none of them can compete with the way the bird builds its hot pink couture.
What do I
That's
have that I
because
can put
when
in
it
front of
comes
this?
to flamingo fashion, you are
Goblin
what you
head
eat.
with no ears. That doesn't weigh anything.
And in this case, it's a cocktail of brine shrimp. Flamingos are the baleen whales of the bird world. They pump water through their bills,
More yarn?
straining out the pink shrimp using combs inside their remarkable beaks. By swinging
That
their
may
heads
work.
from side to side, or pumping water with their fat tongues, some flamingos
Yeah,
can
baby
filter
flamingos are
as
white.
many as 20
This is
beakfuls
too
of
big.
water in a single
Ugh.
second. The results of eating nothing but pink food is that flamingos accumulate lots of
And then that works for
carotenoid
my
pigments,
Belbo.
similar to those found in carrots.
Okay, I need to count this.
It's
1,
these
2, 3,
pigments
4,
that turns flamingo feathers pink. If you stop feeding a flamingo brine
Okay.
shrimp, then it would lose its colorful costume. But being so brightly dressed can often attract
Every now and then we
unwanted
get the
attention.
occasional flamingo here. They're pink.
The
It's
best
just,
part of being a party animal is that sometimes there's safety in numbers. Unfortunately, the
This is
eagle a
only in
predator that
480p.
crashes the party. Literally. This flamingo doesn't have much to celebrate, but for our final contender,
Since when do eagles kill flamingos?
we've seen the 9 contenders. They're the best of the best. Only one animal.
Okay,
is
I
more
lost count again.
extreme
Hold on.
party machine.
2.
It's number 1, and it's coming up next on the most extreme.
There we go, okay. I think that's an eagle, yeah. It's an eagle. That's why we don't have that many flamingos here. It looked like a bald eagle.
We're winding up our countdown.
Interesting.
to the
I didn't know
party
eagles,
with the
because
wildest
eagles aren't
animals.
bigger than flamingos.
More than 1 billion people in over 100 countries welcomed in the year
2,000?
bang.
I thought it had a yellow beak. I don't know. It also had a lot of white on it. It wasn't just the head, it was the chest too. But it looked like an eagle. Y2K, yeah, because they thought the fucking world was going to end.
But there is one place where every year they throw a bigger and brighter batch on
my
top
notifications.
of an extinct volcano.
You think the colors in your oh, that's not good. To be fair, this is ancient and it only plays at 480p.
In the Indian Ocean, the most extreme party animal in the countdown is just
My
waiting
webcam
for
isn't the
arrival
best
of
for the colors at
monsoon
the moment.
rains to get the show on
They're
the
kind
road.
of flamingos are like peachy. The crab is orange.
These are red
The
crabs.
quap.
They spend most of the year living inside the forest, but at the first sign of the wet season,
Carbs?
the entire adult crab population marches down to the sea,
Holy shit.
and almost nothing can stop them.
Get something to eat. That's funny.
The red crabs are driven to make it to the biggest beach party on the island. Imagine if humans partied like red crabs.
I wish crab rave. I wish I had crab rave. I feel like crab rave, but crab rave would also get me fucking banned on YouTube though.
Would simultaneously head for the beach. 120 million holiday makers would all depart for the same coastal resort.
Oh, I'm sticking to the fucking.
Christmas Island is about the size of Martha's Vineyard off the coast of Massachusetts. It would be a truly extreme party if everyone decided to hit the
Now's the time to
beaches
play crab
at
rave.
exactly the same
I
time.
would hate living here where the crabs are. Yeah, I had Pedro on my sound alerts, but Pedro gets copyrighted on YouTube.
Red crabs don't
Martha's
travel
Vineyard is an island off the coast of the east, I think up near New York. And it's famously an island full of deaf people. So they kind of have their own little culture because almost nobody there is actually hearing.
120 million hormone-crazed crustaceans on the beach are looking for love.
I would hate living here because I have arachnophobia.
Mating lasts
And
only
crabs
about
fucking
half an
count.
hour, and then
Only?
for the guys. But for the female, this was only the opening act. She'll hide away, nursing more than 100,000 eggs.
That's too
It will
many
be
eggs.
2 weeks before the main event begins.
They may have wine. I don't exactly remember why it's called Martha's Vineyard. I learned about it when I took ASL in college for a semester. Ew.
The timing of red crab's party is linked to the phases of the moon. The females
Oh my god.
congregate by the water precisely at the turn of the high tide during the last quarter of the moon. Then it's time for the ultimate baby shower.
Don't call it that.
They dance into the early hours of the morning.
Holy shit, look at it go.
Of eggs into the turning tide.
Ah! That's terrible, oh my god. I liked it better when I couldn't see what was going on inside the crab.
But the red crab party isn't over just yet. After a month at sea, the crab larvae make their way back to the beach as a living...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's terrible. What the fuck? Oh, I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Oh my fuck.
to take part in the ultimate crustacean celebration.
What the fuck is that? What are you supposed- I don't want to look at them! I don't think I've ever had real crab. I think I've only had imitation crab.
Party animals.
Oh,
The red crab really is the
The most. Extreme. Bum, 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 bum. They did.
So what makes a monster? Are
Monster
they good
myths.
animals gone bad? Or the result of our
Oh
overactive
god, no, I'm
imagination?
glad it didn't fucking show that, bro.
We're counting down the top 10 most extreme monster myths in the natural world and revealing the science behind the fiction of the animals we love to hate. Discover that the only thing to fear is fear itself when monsters are taken to the most extreme.
Extreme. Dude, it's a monster episode. Hell yeah.
Is a planet of extremes. Extreme
Bigfoot, Nessie. Dude. Perfect timing. There are these poor old grandmas that just sweep them off the driveway because you can't kill the babies. Which is stupid. There's so many babies. There's so many babies. I feel like you should be allowed to kill some of them. GG's quick fight. Was it? Is he dead?
Find the most unusual and the most extraordinary on Animal Planet's The Most Extreme.
Spoilers for the Tyson Jake Paul fight.
Are you scared of things that go bump in the night?
Depends. I think things that go bump in the night should be afraid of me.
Monsters are hiding in the dark recesses of everyone's psyche. As soon as people step out of their comfort zone and explore strange new worlds, our imaginations
What
are
a
all too
dragon.
eager to invent
What if it's a spider?
monstrous
Well, I think...
creatures. Some
Oh my god!
psychologists believe that humans create monsters as a
They
tool
killed his
to
sheep.
help us visualize and confront our deepest fears. Perhaps that's why we're so willing to believe the most unlikely
Look at that Cerberus.
stories
Holy
about
shit.
animals that scare us. After all,
Is this from
if
Clash
we
of the Titans, bro?
believe that there's a monster under the bed, then surely something truly awful must be living beneath the streets of New York City. Crawling out of the sewer and into number 10 in the countdown is the alligator. It became a monstrous urban legend thanks to stories of unwanted baby pet alligators being flushed into the sewer system.
What do you mean
People wanted
unwanted
to
baby
believe
pet
that they
alligators?
grew
How are
into
people doing that?
giants that fed on unwary sanitation workers. It's a great story, but it isn't true. All crocodilians, alligators, and their crocodile
Where were they
cousins
getting baby
prefer
alligators?
swamps to sewers. A New York sewer in winter
In
is
New
just
York,
too
of all
chilly
fucking
for these
places.
cold-blooded reptiles. So while the citizens of New York City may be safe from giant alligators in their sewers, the truth about these armor-plated monsters is almost as frightening as any myth.
This is what inspired
With
TMNT.
jaws
I
that
believe
can
it.
slam shut with an estimated bite strength of 3,000 pounds per square inch.
I think it's
and
so
the ability
funny
to hold their breath for up
that
to an hour.
alligators and crocodiles
Very scary.
have a really strong
Imagine
bite
an animal
force,
that can be
but a
3
crab
times
can
longer
hold their mouth
and 10
closed because they
times
can't
heavier than the
fucking
average
open
man.
their mouth.
Yet it can swim undetected.
That's why they
right
said
in front of
unwanted. Probably.
you. It's no wonder
But I'm like,
they
how many
crawled out
people
of the
had baby
nightmares
alligators that
and
they
into
were
the
flushing that it
movies.
became like a thing?
Strangely enough, a human figure with really big jaws, bad breath, and a bad attitude was not just a character in a B movie, but a god. This is Sobek. 4,000 years ago,
was like, where the fuck
the
is he
ancient
going with
Egyptians
it?
worshipped him as a god. They believed that his sweat created the river
Yeah,
Nile,
Godzilla.
which is why his waters were full of his armor-plated disciples. So to
Sobek.
keep Sobek and his crocodiles happy,
He's
the
in
Egyptians
Smite.
built special temples. Here, crocodiles were covered in jewels and hand-fed by temple attendants. Having lived alongside crocodiles for thousands of years, Egyptians both respected and feared their awesome power. But nothing could prepare early Europeans for such a man-eating monster. Travelers to the Middle East returned home with stories of an animal with terrifying teeth, scaly skin, and great glowing eyes. It wouldn't take much imagination for illustrators to turn it into a different kind of mythical beast.
Blah. I want to sit crisscross applesauce. Ouch. You have a theory? A game theory?
So when the patron saint of England fought his dragon, was St. George actually taking on a crocodile? Even without wings and fiery breath, crocodiles are still daunting creatures. But in Australia's Northern Territory, people have discovered that tourist dollars are an excellent reason to once again turn this magnificent monster into a revered animal. So while they may not terrorize the sewers of New York, crocodiles and their cousins still grab our imagination, just like
maybe, I don't know. I feel like we would have heard about that in Egypt, though. There's not a lot of information on how Egypt, like how ancient Egypt came up with the designs of the gods, as far as I know. Because all of their gods have animal heads.
When the first Europeans ventured into the jungles of South America, they returned with stories of an enormous
that wouldn't be a
animal
bad
called
theory.
the Mataura, or bull eater. This giant man-eating monster
my neck
was said
hurts.
to be more than 80 feet long and could swallow you in a
Nightbot,
single
holy shit.
gulp. It's no wonder that stories of the bone-crushing power of these gigantic serpents took a real stranglehold on our imaginations. But are there really snakes that could swallow a human? Just how far has the truth been stretched?
They just use like lizard pelt as clothing or other animals and say they're gods of animals. Maybe. They have eaten people though. Snakes cannot eat people, Bernie. They don't get big enough. They can eat like babies, but they can't eat adult human beings. They don't get big enough to do so. Because we're too wide.
Nearly 30 feet of anaconda is the heaviest snake in the world, weighing as much as
like even a 30-foot anaconda is not wide enough to swallow a human. Our shoulders make it explode. They can kill us?
This is a monster.
Okay, but you could be like, if your shoulders are like twice the width of the snake, which usually they're more than that, it can't swallow you. It can kill you, and it can swallow you like from the feet up, but at a certain point it can't swallow them.
Because snakes have to swallow their food whole. Our shoulders would make us more than a mouthful for even the biggest anaconda.
See?
The anaconda is number 9 in the countdown because we're prepared to believe any scary story about a snake in the grass.
See? See how I was right?
Getting bad press right from day one. Just look at what
they kill them, but they can't fucking eat them. People can get killed by snakes, but the snakes cannot eat them.
Disguised as a serpent. He tempted Eve to taste the forbidden fruit. And we got kicked out of Eve.
Your shoulders, you can't slim up your shoulders.
Some people use snakes to confront the demon within. The gospel according to Mark suggests
I'm sorry?
that if the faithful pick up snakes or drink any poison, they'll not be harmed. Today, in parts of America, fundamentalist snake handlers take this suggestion literally. If their faith is strong, then they won't be bitten by venomous snakes.
So Bernie.
But dancing with the devil can be deadly. After all, some snakes can kill us.
Have you heard of this
But we have
before?
to shed the notion that everything that slithers is sinister. The truth is, only about 10% of snakes in the world are venomous. But because most people can't tell the difference, we've always been ready to believe the worst of this much maligned monster.
If you thought giant serpents and real-life dragons were scary, just wait till you meet a
Did it.
crawling nightmare of
They literally can't swallow you past your shoulders. They can't. They don't get wide enough.
monster to have emerged.
They can only do that with children. They can't do it with adults.
Number 8.
The next contender in our monstrous countdown has long been shrouded in a web of superstition and fear. The animal crawling in to number 8.
It's just like that
could come
fucking snake
straight
that
from your
exploded
worst
because it
nightmare.
tried to swallow a crocodile.
For many people, all spiders are scary, no matter how big they are. And thanks to Hollywood special effects, some spiders really are larger than life. The biggest and hairiest spiders in the world are the tarantulas. One of
I
these
don't like this
monsters
part of
is
the
enough
episode.
to scare anyone a whole bunch. There's nothing subtle about a tarantula. While other spiders may build intricate webs, the tarantula hunts using nothing more than its size and
Acting
strength.
back in the day.
But what
Crazy.
happens when it meets the deadliest snake in South America? Just one bite from a fertilance contains enough venom to kill 2 humans.
What?
The giant spider overpowers its prey with sheer force. Then, it uses its half-inch fangs to inject paralyzing venom and powerful digestive enzymes that liquefy the snake's insides. No wonder some people are arachnophobic.
Was the snake
Tarantula is
dead?
number 8 in the countdown, because while its bite can kill a snake, for most humans, it's no more toxic than a bee sting. You'll get a fright, but you won't die. So why are we scared of these super-sized spiders?
Because they're
Well,
huge?
Tarantulas can blame bananas for a lot of their bad press.
What?
Some species like to hunt and hide in banana trees. So, when bunches were boxed up and shipped from South America, the fearsome spiders were also exported around the world.
Oh god.
It's a rare occurrence today, but in the
I don't
days
eat bananas
before
anyway.
imported goods were
There are
given,
tarantulas
a
natural
stowaway
to here though. We used to see tarantulas over around my high school because my high school was out in the middle of nowhere. No.
The tarantula is number 8 in the countdown.
That's insane.
Because once you peel back its scary packaging, you'll discover a spider that's not as frightening as its bad publicity suggests.
Fucking tarantulas explode if you drop
It may
them
be the ultimate
because they
creepy
don't
crime.
have a
There
thing.
are far worse animals still to come in the countdown.
Ooh. Where's my mouse? So this.
So far, we've seen spiders out on a limb and a truly breathtaking snake. But coming up,
Why is it cutting that off?
number 7.
I want to hear the unhinged things he has to say.
There's only one contender in our monstrous countdown capable of completely clearing a beach.
Sharks. Sharks aren't scary. Sharks are only scary if you're surfing. Because they think you're a creature.
In so many movies that some people are still afraid to go into the water.
But they're just animals. I do not want the video.
Go overboard, making sharks out to
How
be
thin was this fucking man, bro?
More than half the species of shark are actually less than
That
3
snake
feet
found
long.
the world's
But the image fixed in
the
popular
world's
imagination is the gaping
the
mouth,
limmest
always
man.
hungry, always hunting great white shark.
The snake being 23 feet long has nothing to do with anything. Like, it has to do with the width of the snake, the mouth, because its mouth is only so big.
It's unnerving coming face to
Bernie,
face with
it
7
can be 23 feet long, but the snake's head, if it's only this big, it cannot swallow you past a certain point. Because its head is not that big. Like, even if its head is this fucking big, it can't swallow your shoulders.
and only about 10 of these are fatal. Statistically,
Like, that guy being swallowed by the snake is literally a fucking anomaly. I don't know how it did it. Unless it did it like fucking this, but even then, their mouth can't open like that.
that you'll die of food poisoning. So why are we afraid of sharks and not snakes?
This is not a point of contention.
Obviously,
They can't.
producers are less likely to
One fucking dude did. You well, they can. That's the only recorded instance, because otherwise they can't fucking do it. This man was this big around. No waist, no hips, no
This
shoulders.
may look like just any other house, but it holds a dark secret.
Where am I at? 1, 2, 3.
Inside
Okay.
this house are monsters. Lots of monsters.
Is it a haunted house? I messed up somewhere?
Bob Burns has hundreds of movie monsters
I'm scared of
in his
ghosts.
basement. It's one of the world's largest
1, 2,
private
3.
collections of
Decrease.
movie
1,
props,
2.
a treasure trove
1,
of
2,
sci-fi,
3.
horror, and
Decrease.
fantasy
1, 2,
film
3.
artifacts. And Bob knows what makes a good monster.
I think a scary monster is more of a thing you don't see than you see. I mean, like glimpses of something rather than just the monster storming around and you see him all the time. It's a sense of the unknown. You don't know what it is.
I'm
Something in the
confused.
shadows.
Okay, hold on.
Jaws
Did I mess up on the last
You see something
one?
in
They're
the
supposed
shadows
to
of
be.
water,
Okay.
and all of a sudden there it is with teeth looking at you. That's the type of thing that scares me.
That's the kind of thing that scares most people. But are sharks really as bad as their reputation
1, 2, 3,
suggests?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Surprisingly,
9, 10,
most
11,
people
12, 13,
survive
14, 15,
encounters
16,
with
17,
great
18.
white sharks. Most of the time,
No.
they'll take only one bite, then spit us out because we're too bony. They prefer the
We also
high-fat
don't taste
content
good.
of a meal of seal blubber. The trouble is that when you're the size of a great white shark, one bite can make a big hole in a human. But then, it's not the only monster in the countdown with awesome strength.
1, 2.
Number 6.
From the same area? What the fuck is wrong with the people in that area?
But no manufacturer counted on the strength of the animal breaking in to number 6 in the
I
countdown.
get scared of living alone, so I'm glad I live in an apartment. Dude, ghosts are scary. Bear!
Bears can smell the faintest whiff of food. And they'll
I
follow
don't
their
know,
nose,
man. Like,
even if it means
literally,
tearing the car apart for nothing
there's,
more rewarding
there,
than a
it's
crushed
not,
soda can
like,
and
what
an
are
empty
are
bag
these
of
guys like? What is happening?
Here at Yosemite
It's a small
National
remote
Park,
village.
bears
The
broke
only
into
thing
almost
I can
1,000
fucking
cars and
figure,
caused more than $500,000 worth
and
of
even
damage
then
in
it's
search of
like,
food.
maybe they're getting squeezed so hard that they're like breaking in half. Cause there's no other way.
Bears have been responsible for more than
It only happens in that small remote village, Bernie.
America alone.
It's the only place it happens. Because the thing is that reticulated pythons are smaller than anacondas, and so if anacondas can't swallow people, how the fuck are the reticulated pythons doing it? Like, the only thing I can figure is, again, like, they're breaking the bones when they're squeezing them somehow, and so it's, like, fucking pulverizing the inside of the body or some shit. Because they physically cannot swallow your shoulders.
For most people, the chances of being bothered by any bear, let alone a berserk bear, are extraordinarily small.
Toad?
In fact,
Toad, you have my phone number, and this is my job.
Compare those odds to your chances of being killed or seriously injured by a car.
You can't see me, but I'm staring at the screen.
Even taking a bath is more dangerous. A bathtub-related fatality is just a 1 in 11,000 possibility. Somehow, the more than 1 in a million chance of being killed by a bear feels a little safer, given that the odds of being struck by lightning are only 1 in 39,000. Bears are number 6 in the countdown because we think these enormous carnivores are always out to get us. But the truth is that bears are mostly vegetarian. They're the least carnivorous of all the meat-eating mammals. These supposedly savage killers are happier hunting plants and even bugs than hunting us.
Python is pretty girly.
So perhaps these bad news bears
Why don't they just put down that fucking python?
after all.
Like, if it's one fucking snake that's eating these people, you need to put the snake down.
The name of sharks, but still to come is a monster that's terrorized.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay.
To find the next contender,
They look pretty compact in there, God.
Animals, we have to venture
A pet bear? Now that's crazy.
From out of this high-pressure world of near freezing darkness have come tales of sea monsters that have scared
I was gonna say, the thing you sent me, Bernie, the guy, I was gonna say he kinda looks like you.
Legends tell of enormous nightmare creatures that pull ships down
Ouch.
to a watery grave.
It's multiple. What the fuck is going on? There's no way. There's no fucking way.
Only terrorize our cities in B-movies. A real giant.
Yeah, I can't. Lives on an island, afraid of the ocean.
This is a colossal squid. It's easy to see.
Why is it making that sound? Can y'all also hear that sound?
Is only a 17-foot-long teenager. It's thought that fully grown, a colossal squid could be up to 40 feet long.
But like,
it the largest squid in the
it
world.
sounds like
It
interference.
has 8 powerful
Okay.
arms and 2 tentacles.
It's not that I chose not to believe you. You literally have found the only 6 cases of it happening, and they all happen in the same fucking village.
To rotate to grasp slippery prey.
Besides that fucking village, they are not able to do that shit.
This is truly a creature from our darkest imagination. And like any good monster, we make up stories about
Okay,
it.
11 and 12.
That's because a colossal squid has never been seen alive.
Open
in
my
the
fucking
wild.
phone, thank you.
So we can only imagine
No,
what it's
11.
really like in the living flesh. We can guess that like all squid,
I don't think I've ever
they
had
can
octopus,
slowly
but I
move
have
by
had squid.
gently undulating their
I like.
fins. But
I do
these
not wish to
animals
vacation
are
in the
also
area.
jet-propelled.
You're probably wider than those people.
By sucking water in
You'd be
and
safe.
shooting it out of their body at high pressure, they can achieve top
Insanely
speed
thin
in a
people.
fraction of a second.
A village full of fucking who's, bro.
We can also get an idea of how they hunt by watching their smaller cousins in action. The 2 long tentacles are fired to grab the prey, and then the 8 arms pull their meal toward that slashing beak. It's easy to see why people think that a giant squid could be a terrifying monster. The colossal squid is number 5 in the countdown because
Posture
in reality,
check and
it
hide,
hunts in
right?
waters so
Ouch.
deep
Oh, my hip.
and so cold
Oh, my hip.
that there's virtually no chance of those mighty tentacles ever latching onto us. This is
To be
one
fair,
monster that will
Bernie,
only terrify
you
us in our dreams.
are around bigger anacondas and bigger combo animals. I did not. That's interesting.
Number 4.
You're also around gators,
The first
which can
European
eat you
travelers
much
to
easily.
stagger out of the jungles of equatorial Africa brought back terrifying tales of a hellish dream creature, a hideous being, half man, half beast. According to legend, these awful
So
ogres
do the
could
hunters.
beat a man to death with a single swipe
That's interesting.
of their fists.
Gorilla.
It wasn't until 1847 that Dr. Thomas Savage confirmed the existence of a seemingly ferocious giant primate called the gorilla. These great
Gorilla.
apes have roared their way into number 4 in the countdown because they have scared both African explorers and the world
The snake pelts sell for a good
more than
amount.
century.
Well, they also can't just be killing snakes indiscriminately because a lot of the snakes that are out there are endangered.
This gigantic ape became Hollywood's best box office horror. Back then, it was easier to believe in the idea of a giant savage ape. Today, we know the gorilla's reputation was really blown out of proportion. Even the mighty King Kong has been knocked down to size. He lives in the basement of collector of monster movie memorabilia.
Oh my god, he's
Burns.
tiny.
He's a little thinner now than when you originally saw him, because all of the skin and everything and the foam rubber and hair has been taken off of him because it started to rot and it was actually messing the whole thing up, so we had to clean him up a bit. But this is the actual maquette
King Godzilla movie was
animation
crazy.
puppet
I
here for
didn't
Kong.
watch
We
it.
would move this one frame at a time, click it, move it again, one frame at a time.
I think
maybe
the
start to
only
close the mouth,
like
close it
King
again.
Kong
It took
movie I've
hours
seen
and
was
hours
Skull
and
Island.
days to shoot the same thing with the fingers.
And that's because I didn't realize it was a fucking King Kong
I
movie.
think King Kong, probably to me, is the best monster ever. I mean, he's a real ape, for one thing, so it's real.
What have we learned today?
Fictitious creature.
Today we learned about a village with the
And when I was a kid
world's
and saw it,
tiniest people.
It really was scary to me. And a 40-foot ape is even scarier.
Do you think I
because you tear
care
down buildings
if it's
and
mean,
eat
Bernie?
people and all this kind of stuff. But I would have to say that if I had to pick one monster of every monster
The
I have,
fucking
I love them all for all different reasons.
plot of King Kong is also insane to me. What do you mean there's a giant gorilla on the loose and it sees one fucking blonde woman and goes, gotta have her?
Instead of being scared of gorillas, we go ape over them. We've discovered
I
that
don't
the great
think,
ape that
period.
once terrorized New York City is in reality
Is
a gentle
Bernie, are you
vegetarian.
secretly King Kong? You saw one blonde woman, you're like, have to
Gorillas
have
are
her.
number 4 in the countdown because once we stop making them up as monsters and spent a little quality time with one of our closest relatives in the animal kingdom, we discovered that gorillas aren't so terrifying after all. It seems this amiable ape would rather live and let live than hang around on buildings
at him go,
swatting
bro.
planes.
Well, look at him not go,
Of our
because he was
last
just
two
laying there.
contenders May have taken a real
2 times. All of your favorite anime characters and game characters are blonde.
number 3.
Unless they're a man. You mean IRL? Oh. I'm just talking in general.
That's right.
All of your waifus.
You'll be just as safe in this house of fear as any of the other five
Vincent
victims
Price.
murdered by the bat.
All of your waifus are blonde women, unless they are Master Chief and Solaire.
Because of centuries of myth and superstition,
Yeah, it's a stereotype that they're
most people
stupid.
think that when a bat flies past your head,
I don't know
it's
why.
trying to attack you. Well, not according to bat researcher Gary McCracken.
Solaire is blonde? You're fucking kidding me.
The bats are chasing insects.
That just...
The insects are up over the people's heads. People are scaring insects up, and the bats are swooping and diving and flying erratically to catch the insects. The people.
Oh my god.
Most bats are harmless. They'd rather eat insects or fruit than us. But our imaginations turn these masters of the night into terrifying monsters. There are nearly 1,000 species of bat in the world, but only 3 hunger for our blood. They're the notorious vampire bats. Everybody's a little chicken about vampire bats. They're about the same size
I am
as
Batman,
mouse,
aside from
and
them.
drink a couple of tablespoons of blood at each meal.
2, 3,
That means that your average colony of 100 vampire bats could, in 1 year, drain all the blood out of 14,000 chickens. Even so, vampire bats are nowhere near as bloodthirsty as their mythical namesake.
We're scared of them because of COVID.
Ever since Bram Stoker wrote Dracula...
Aki? Who the fuck is Aki?
We've been batty for vampires. But as the undead know all too well, blood isn't very nutritious. Which is why
The
vampire
blue-haired
bats
girl
have
from
to drink
Tenchi
up to their
Muyo.
own weight in blood every day. That means Dracula would have to drink about 17 sticky gallons daily. Nearly a bathtub full.
Okay, so your type is either blonde or blue hair and pronouns.
The human body only contains about 10 pints of blood.
Why is it blonde or blue? Why are those your only options?
On more than a dozen friends for dinner every night.
Who have you named who has black hair?
Thanks to vampire legend, people think
See, you
all
can't
bats
go
are
black
dangerous.
hair.
And because they're nocturnal,
You
we
said
never get to see
Aki was the blue-haired girl from Tenchi Muyo.
pollinating plants. Just like our next contender.
Now I'm
it's
confused.
one monster that's been bitten by a lot of bad press.
I gotta turn my fan off. I'm getting cold.
Number 2.
Imagine a monster that you
Separate
can't
characters,
see,
okay.
and you
White-haired
can't
chicks in
hear.
anime. I love white-haired
But it
characters
needs
in
only
anime.
seconds
White-haired
to
men are
skin
like
you
one of
alive.
my favorite flavors of men. But I just like men in anime.
This
To
monster
be fair.
is said to be able to turn an animal the size of a cow into a pile of bones.
But
in
white
just
and
5
red-haired
minutes.
anime men are like my jam.
Early explorers just couldn't believe their eyes. So just imagine what this monster could do to humans.
It's still blonde. You got white hair, you're still considered blonde. Like in the spectrum of hair color. They're like
Piranha
platinum
are a
blonde.
little fish with a big reputation. They're number 2 in the countdown because their ferocity is world-renowned. There's no doubt that
Silver.
piranha teeth really are razor sharp. That's why some South American Indian tribes use them as razor blades. But is their bite as bad as their reputation?
Well, if they're South American, they're not
That sets foot in
Indian.
piranha-infested waters would
Man,
be
the early
instantly attacked.
2000s.
But these capybara, the world's largest rodents, are
Capybara,
quite
capybara.
safe. Contrary to popular opinion,
I don't know what you want from me.
piranha are mostly
I don't.
scavengers that prefer
I just can't
cold
believe that
meat
you tried to say
warm
that you
blood.
didn't like blondes. And I proved you wrong immediately.
Piranha can thank American President Teddy Roosevelt for their terrible reputation.
It's Teddy Roosevelt's
Exploring
fault?
the Amazon in 1913, Roosevelt's hosts cordoned off a stretch of river and stocked it with
True.
thousands of hungry piranha. When an
What the
animal
fuck is
was
going
thrown
on?
into the water, the starving fish went wild. Roosevelt was duly impressed and called the piranha the most ferocious fish in the world. And
I thought
so
you meant
a monster
IRL.
myth was spawned. But these are not the only little monsters that take part in a feeding frenzy. Kids across America go wild for candy on Halloween. According to legend, on the 31st of October, ghosts and spirits have the power to roam the world. In the United States, 82% of children take part in Halloween festivities.
There we go. What did we? Who the fuck is Firefly? I don't think you've talked about her, but I don't think I've seen her.
Making monsters is a booming business. Each year, U.S. consumers spend up to $1.5 billion on costumes alone. A further $2.5 billion are spent on other Halloween paraphernalia. And on average, every family spends about $16 on pumpkins.
Pumpkins.
Although very few try to carve them underwater. Every year across North America, sport divers
The last time I went
compete in
trick-or-treating, I
underwater
was in high
pumpkin
school.
competitions. Some take it very seriously and have worked on pumpkins
It was very
weighing
fun.
about half a ton.
I went with a group of fucking friends, and we went to like a rich neighborhood, and it was nice.
It's just a shame that nobody tries carving in waters infested with piranha. A pumpkin meal would be just the thing for a peckish piranha.
You sent me both? Okay.
That's because most of the 20 species of piranha found in the Amazon prefer fruit to flesh.
Halloween, we went on a ghost tour at midnight. That sounds terrible, actually.
It's hard to imagine a vegetarian piranha being much of a monster. And that's why the piranha is number 2 in the countdown. There's something more than a little fishy
Okay, we've
about
got
their fiendish
front half
reputation.
of body / neck, apparently.
We've seen the 9 contenders.
And now we have to make
They've all
the
got
back half of the body.
There's
Yoruichi has
only
purple
one
hair. She's also a
that's
cat
more
girl, so it doesn't matter because it,
It's number 1.
it invalidated your other claim. Graveyards are scary in general. I won't go into them. I won't at all.
When it comes to making monsters, you never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
I don't even like being near them.
Especially when it's an animal that's been
I don't know
preying
which
on
one is
us for
Firefly.
generations. The most misunderstood
The one on
monster
the
in
bottom
country
picture though, that's definitely a blonde.
Bad wolf.
You cannot use that for this. Let me see if I can
the
pop the back.
stories of a savage and bloodthirsty killer
Oh my
true?
god, okay.
There's no doubt
The
that
first one
wolf's
is Topaz.
Big eyes, big nose, and very big teeth really are all the better to eat you with. After all, the wolf is a hunter that can easily run twice as fast as any human.
Ooh,
and
trying to
they're
rest my
strong
wrist a
enough
little
to
bit.
bring down animals that weigh as much as
Let
5
me-
men. But because we've been persecuting
need
the
this
wolf
at
for
5.
centuries, the animal that scared generations of people now has a lot more to be
Dogs are way
scared of
scarier?
from
I don't
us.
know.
And that's why the wolf is the most misunderstood monster in the countdown. We're still frightened of them, even though there has never been a documented case of a healthy wild wolf killing a human in
Become
North
alpha
America.
like Andrew Tate? Absolutely
So why are we
not.
still
No.
so afraid of the big bad wolf?
No.
Once again, Hollywood hasn't helped. Countless horror movies have been inspired by stories about the half-man, half-wolf that feeds on human flesh. We might laugh at the idea of a
Ugh.
werewolf today. But back in the Middle
I got a
Ages,
message.
there was a genuine horror of the Wolfman. People
The
really
Wolfman.
believed in the terrifying transformation of man into wolf.
Just win against the pack leader. The Tate brothers are terrible. You don't want to be them.
Just how many werewolves were running around the place.
What happens if I put it
In
through
France alone,
this
during
one
the 16th
instead?
century, documents show that officers of the church locked up more than 30,000 werewolves.
I'm sorry, they did what now?
Sometimes it took a little encouragement to get them to confess, but back then, you didn't.
Was
need
this like a
much
witch
evidence
hunt, but
to
for
condemn
men?
Both humans and wolves to a horrible death.
There were witch hunts for men?
Scientists have
They thought they were
suggested
werewolves?
some werewolves could have been suffering from rabies, the symptoms of which included dislike of bright light and muscular
Bro, making an
spasms that
army.
result in incredible strength and aggression. Other theories suggest that foods and potions could have made people think they had turned into wolves. Were werewolves just people suffering drug-induced hallucinations?
Probably.
Certainly some toxins can make people foam at the mouth and contort their faces into wolf-like expressions. Back in the Middle Ages, people in isolated villages lived in a climate of fear and superstition. Even the sound of a wolf howling in the distance was enough to fill a heart with terror.
Why do they look all fucked up? What's happening?
But today, the nightmare of
What the
the
fuck
killer
happened there?
wolf is more
Okay, hold
fiction
on.
than fact.
Ooh, we gotta
perhaps
restart this.
it's
Maybe I
time to
won't
bring
use
our
this
wild
little hole.
imaginations
What
to
is that
heel,
for then?
Because the big bad wolf really isn't that bad.
I mixed them up.
So it's
Oh,
no wonder then
I see.
that when it comes to monstrous myths, the wolf. If you think a
Killer
black cat
cats.
crossing your path is bad luck, just wait till you see what happens when you get in the way of some of the world's most ferocious felines. We're
Wow.
counting down the top 10 most extreme cats in the animal kingdom and examining what makes them such accomplished killers. Get ready for the world's biggest cat fight when killer cats take it to the most extreme. Earth is a planet of extremes. Extreme places and
Hello? There you
extreme
go.
animals. But some animals are more extreme than others. Join
I am
us as
right.
We count down to find the most unusual,
And you know it.
the most extraordinary.
You're coming up with women I've never heard you talk about before. I'm not a doctor.
Don't be fooled by the cat's cute and cuddly.
You will bring up
packaging.
literally any
The
woman
300
you've liked
breeds of
ever in
domestic cat
anime
and
to
their
try to prove me
35
wrong,
wild
which,
cousins
like, is insane.
are all natural-born killers hiding behind a fluffy exterior. The tools of their predatory practice are jaw and paw, but some cats can kill with more skill than others. And as the list of species on
How
the
often do
menu
we go
grows
through this
longer,
list?
the
Okay,
body
not
count
very.
rises, and we get closer to finding the most
Oh, I
extreme
showed that
killer
kitten to
cat.
my mom, by the way,
The
and my
first
mom, I
feline
think,
in our
also fell in
countdown
love
is
with
built
him,
for
and she was like,
speed.
you know, I've always wanted a cat,
the
and I'm like, I
fastest
have
land
no
animal
clue how
on the
Poppy would
planet.
react to a
But
cat.
because it mostly lives off just 3 types of animal, the cheetah crosses the line at number 10.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
The stalk is as important as the sprint. It slowly moves to within 15 meters of an intended victim. Then the starter's pistol is fired, and the cheetah is off like a shot. The cheetah can run more than 100 kilometers per hour.
Oh. Okay. I'm not setting you up for failure.
The cheetah is a runner, not a fighter. So it's got to pick a target that won't strike back.
Me
Even
too.
wildebeest are a risky proposition. It's safer to hunt the smaller antelopes that live on the African plains and ignore the bigger beasts.
What?
If humans wanted to run like a cheetah, then we'd have to be built like one, and there are a number of features we'd need. Cheetahs are the only cats whose claws don't retract, which means they dig in like cleats when running. Our limbs would need to be long and slender to reduce our weight, but our chests would need
What
to
the
be
fuck?
huge to
What is
accommodate
that?
our large heart and lungs.
What the
And
fuck is
we'd
that?
need a really big nose to feed lots of air to them.
What the fuck is that? Why would you make the nose look like that? What is that fucking thing, dude? That looks like an SCP. What is that?
But of course,
John
speed
Pork.
comes at a cost. And for the cheetah, it's longevity. Never mind 9 lives. Cheetahs in the wild are lucky to live 9 months. 90% of newborn cheetahs won't even make it to 3 months old.
I think it's
Most
insane
cheetah cubs
that
fall victim
cheetahs
to bigger predators,
live
such as
in
lions and
solidarity.
hyenas, which is why
And
cheetahs need to have the
they
largest
still
litter of
have
any
3
cat.
fucking cubs every
There's
time.
no
They
cheetah
always have
cubs
3
there on the
kittens.
plains, and after only 6 weeks, they start accompanying mom out on the hunt. It takes cheetah cubs 3 years to learn to hunt successfully.
Discord from MLP looking at.
Training cats takes time. Just ask Yuri Kuklichev. This Russian has spent years learning how to communicate with cats. He
Whoa!
is a cat whisperer.
Look at that cat.
The result of his efforts is a group of cats that appear to be happy doing anything for him, much to the delight of the Russian people who come to watch.
I don't need this open right now. BRB. Okay, have fun, be safe.
Yuri has developed a show that will astound anybody who has ever tried to get their cat to follow even the simplest command. The key to training them is understanding what motivates the cat's behavior. A cat will only do what it wants. So, to make it do what you want, give it something it wants to do. And what cat doesn't want to get its claws into a dog? Cheetahs want to get their claws into something even bigger, but their slim runner's body mostly.
Dude, I'd go to
leaves
one of
them
those
just
shows. That's
ample.
some fun.
Our next killer cat shares
Did
its
you
home
know
with the
cheetahs
cheetah,
can't
but where the
roar?
cheetah
They
specializes
can
in
only
running,
meow.
This cat prefers to jump into the record.
They also have anxiety, so a lot of times cheetahs at zoos have pet dogs. They have fucking service animals. Because they're so anxious. And I'm like, me too.
Leaping in to number 9 in the countdown is the serval. This unusual but beautiful cat is among the feline family's most successful. It has a small, delicate head and extremely large ears. The serval uses its ears like radar dishes, picking up the faint sounds of its prey. Unequaled in the cat world, the serval's hearing allows it to locate small mammals moving through the grass or underground.
Hey, maybe the fish will
and to hunt its
traumatize
prey
you.
without seeing it
She
until
can
the
never be
final
too
pounce.
sure, apparently.
And no other cat can pounce quite like a serval. They also have the ability to make vertical leaps of 3 meters and snatch birds as big as they are right out of the air. But in-flight meals are rare, and the serval's size usually limits it to just 7 species of rodent.
Ouch. My elbow.
And although the serval's technique is remarkable, its diet of rodents is a favorite of cats the world over. It was the cat's rodent-killing prowess that first brought them into our lives. Small wildcats were befriended by people that were starting to gather harvests and store their grain. The cat's ability to protect precious grain was so great
Cats
that
are
soon
amazing
the
in
cat
farms.
became a goddess that protected all. In ancient Egypt, it was adored to the point of worship. The cat goddess was called
Welcome back.
Bastet.
God, I love
And the
Bastet.
cult of cat worshipping lasted more than 2,000 years. If a cat happened to die in a house in ancient Egypt, all the human occupants had to enter full mourning and shave off their eyebrows.
Holy shit.
Cat killing was punishable by death. Egyptian cats were even given the same ritual treatment as their owners and were made into mummies.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Archaeologists have found thousands of them.
Did they
the
eat those
biggest cat
too?
mummy of them all lives in Turkey. Turkan Akalin is truly a cat lover. She owns 600 cats and a dog.
I have the results
all
of the
them
fire.
cohabiting in her 4 apartments.
What was it? I'm afraid to know. I'm gonna be honest.
Spends around $2,000 a month for 2 assistants who help her cope with the task of feeding her pets and keeping them fit.
You just say for students like an
Turkan's
hour less.
feline love affair began
Aw, I
57
appreciate that,
years ago
Cass.
when she started sheltering 30 cats in a single apartment because she could not bear to see lonely and sick cats in the streets.
I don't know.
Mrs.
Okay,
Ackerman,
I fucked
who
up
has
somewhere.
no children, has had to sell her previous houses in order to afford her 600 feline friends. Servals aren't so friendly. You'd need 2,500 square kilometers of land
Oh, wait,
to
no,
keep
I did not.
600 servals happy.
I did not.
Fortunately, the serval is more than capable of looking after itself.
Yeah, go ahead and say it. I want to
We've
know.
seen cats that compete in the high jump
I'm
of death
afraid though,
and
because
savage
like
sprint champions.
not knowing. I don't know.
But coming up, we go poolside to meet a cat that loves to swim.
There's no
And
fucking
one
way.
killer cat takes a real beating from his wife.
A serval was that cat with the big ass ears.
Find out next on The Most Extreme.
There's no fucking way he lost. From the score? What do you mean from the score?
While on the other hand, cats hate water.
Coming in at number 8 in our countdown of killer cats
Is it a tiger?
feline that makes its home in the wetlands of tropical Asia.
It is not a tiger. Boxing has points?
The fishing cat hunts where few others dare to wade, and usually lives off just 10 species of animal.
Stretching out my arms a little bit. I'm looking at the picture of the thing now in big, and I feel like maybe I didn't pick eyes that were big enough, and that's why it looks
Depends on
funny.
the size of the river or pond it lives next to, which means its diet is limited to just a few species of fish, amphibian, and
There's
aquatic
no
birds.
fucking way. Oh my god,
But
dude.
the fishing cat isn't the only cat that takes to water. The cat's reputation as a killer quickly earned them a place on board ships during the days of exploration. Rats infested the holds of ships, spoiling food and spreading disease. So cats were treated as essential crew members and became as revered at sea as they were on land.
I can't believe that. Mike should have just fucking killed him.
Sailors believed they brought good luck to their ships and used them as weather forecasters. If a cat licked its fur against the grain, it meant a hailstorm was coming. If it sneezed, it meant rain. And if it was frisky, it meant wind. It was even a popular belief that cats could start storms through magic stored in their tails.
That's crazy how he's gonna be
Hair is a
canceled
strong
now.
attractor of static electricity, so cats can detect the buildup
Because
of
he
electrical
fucking-
charge that precedes bad weather. A gathering storm often
There's
makes
no
them
way he
nervous
won
and
against the man so renowned in fighting that he ended up in Baki. There's no fucking way.
A bit of cold and rainy weather probably wouldn't bother the fishing cat. But for our next cat, it's a way of life. So far, we've seen a marine invasion and a deadly airborne attack. But still to come,
It never
is a
stopped buffering?
cold-blooded
What the
killer
fuck,
that
dude?
hunts in the snow and ice. And later, what man-eating monster prowls the swamps of Asia? Find out next on The Most Extreme. Number 7 in our countdown of killer cats is definitely designed for cold
Frosty
weather.
the Snowman.
It wouldn't last long on a summer's day, but put it in the snow and it's completely at home.
Is it a snow leopard?
And places don't get much snowier or windier than the Himalayas. No wonder the cat that's next in the countdown is called the snow leopard.
I love snow
Despite
leopards.
its brutal environment, the snow leopard's buffet list includes almost 20 different species of animal. The snow leopard's made for the mountains. Its adaptations for high-altitude life include an enlarged nasal cavity, shortened limbs, strong chest muscles, and dense woolly
We have
fur,
snow
and
leopards
a tail
at our
over a
zoo
meter long for
because they're
balance.
endangered, and we've successfully bred them for
Snow
many
leopards
years,
are
and it's really
strong.
cool.
They can kill prey up to 3
Yeah, then you'd
times
lose
their
your
own
finger.
weight.
Why do you want to lose your finger?
Usually, they'll hunt the various species of wild sheep and goats that live on the steep cliffs of the Himalayas.
Snow leopards? Maybe the babies, but not the adults.
A study of radio-collared snow leopards found that adults kill a large prey animal every 10 to 15
Dude, it is
days.
so hard to see them as soon as
But
they
one
fucking
good
zoom
thing
out.
about living in a refrigerator is that your food stays fresh for a long time. snow leopards are such powerful hunters that some of the local people see them as magical beings that protect the sanctity
Camouflage,
of the
dude. Perfect
mountainsides.
fucking camouflage.
They believe that sinful or impure acts will attract the wrath of the big cat. 400 years ago, a Japanese house cat waved at a nobleman and earned a spiritual following. Curious to see why the cat was waving at him, the nobleman went to investigate. Seconds later, a bolt of lightning struck the ground where he had just been standing. Ever since, the cat that waved has been revered as a sign of good luck and mercy.
Interesting. Oh my fucking god, look at that cat.
These cats might be wishing
Cheat on
they
your
had
wife,
a
get eaten
goddess
by a
of
snow
mercy.
leopard. I think that's fair.
Photographer Maji Haruri has 17 cats, all of which lead the lives of pampered supermodels. But what do the cats think of it?
The cats enjoyed the shoot. There's one in particular that absolutely loves it. Absolutely loves it. You can't get him away from the camera.
True,
As
cat lady,
classy
yeah.
as they seem, Maji rescued all her cats from the wrong side of the tracks.
It's a bit of a second chance for them. And some of them have been so starved and neglected, I didn't think they'd make it. But they seem to be well and happy now.
And happiness is the key to everything, even if that means living life as a cat in a hat.
She got a lot of Persian for somebody who's been rescuing cats.
Thanks to its high-altitude home, the snow leopard rarely comes into contact with people and is worshipped from afar. The next cat on our countdown likes to get close to people. Dangerously close.
Oh, is it a mountain lion? It's probably a mountain lion.
In the Sundarban mangroves
Okay,
between
Cass.
Bangladesh and India, people wear masks to protect them from tigers.
Oh wow,
More
it's
than
tigers.
1,500 people have been killed here in the last 30 years. Because tigers prefer sneak attacks from behind, people here started wearing face masks to fool the big cats into thinking they'd lost the element of surprise.
Thank you for the lurk.
It worked for a while, but now the tigers may be calling the bluff because the number of tiger attacks in the past few years is on the rise.
The tigers are like, I know that's not your fucking face.
The tiger's capable of catching almost anything except for a full-grown elephant. But with plenty of prey, they'll choose to live off 20 different species of animal.
Monkey. I like how all the animals started crying, like it was hunting every single one of the 20
But on
at the
average,
same
they'll
time.
still catch one large mammal, such as deer, and a handful of smaller ones every week. But they are fussy about where they have their meals and usually prefer to drag their victim into their jungle dining room. One tiger was watched as it dragged a full-grown horse more than 400 meters to its favorite eating spot.
My mouse not be broken, please and thank you.
If you think tigers make Asia a dangerous place, keep in mind that there are more of them living in the US than in the rest of the world put together.
Oh, hi, Poppy.
But while these ones have professional handlers, that's not always the case. Right now,
Hey, that's my
there
birthday.
are hundreds of wild cats living a suburban life. They may act tame and take the place of everyday pets, but they're always just a moment away from returning to their predatory pastimes.
Happy birthday. Well, not right now.
Tigers in the wild are solitary animals, with only themselves to look out for. But the next contender has numbers on its side and uses them to catch the biggest prey of any cat. So far, we've seen tigers chomp in the swamps and snow leopards kill in the hills. But coming up, the battles just get bigger with a cat that's evolved to attack in a pack. And still to come, a small cat that's turned into a giant problem. Next on The Most Extreme.
Dude, he's got like the perfect little face.
Forget the king of the beasts.
And he's got
It's
that
the
tiny
queen
little
that
black
comes in at number
nose.
5
I
on our
love
countdown
him.
of killer cats. Lady Lion is the top
He won't be ready
predator
to be
on
like
the
adopted
African
or anything till
plains.
next month, but I don't trust the
Lions
dog.
live in groups called prides that can number up to 20 animals. It's a collective where they share the work. The female lions are the ones who do the hunting, and they can choose from
Now
a
it's the cat
menu of
episode,
20
yeah.
different animals, which includes hefty buffalo, zebra, and wildebeest.
There's no way to keep them separate though, that's the thing. But I don't know how he is with cats.
The males of the pride stay home more than 95% of the time.
We know how he is with
It
dogs,
seems
like,
their fabulous
outside of the
mane
house.
isn't
He's
much
okay with
help
them,
in the
as long
sneak
as they're
attack
not,
that
like, on the
lions use
property.
to hunt.
Except, unless it's
So,
my
like
neighbor's
all
husky,
good
he fucking
kings,
hates that
the
bitch.
male lion
But,
spends his time sitting around
like,
and
he's
looking
very
regal,
territorial,
while the
but we don't
others
know
do
how
all
he
the
is
work.
with cats.
Lions only succeed about a
He's
quarter of the
never,
time,
because there's not, like, a
and
lot
when
of
the
wild,
lionesses come home
like, there's
tired
not a lot
and
of
grumpy
stray
from a
cats out
hard day
here.
of hunting to find His Highness sitting proudly,
We know Tom
you know
did
what
not like
happens
them.
next.
But we don't know about Poppy.
Luckily, there's a place that specializes in taking care of battered lions and 22 other types of wild cat. Big Cat Rescue in Tampa, Florida is home to
Florida.
the big cats that no one else wants, according to manager Scott Lope.
Does that place still exist? Did they
Big Cat
survive
Rescue
the
is an
hurricane?
animal sanctuary, and we're dedicated primarily to exotic cats. We have about 170 cats, and they range from the tiny Joffrey cats from South America the whole way up to the lions and tigers, which are the largest of the cats.
Ready? And go up.
This sanctuary isn't a zoo. It's the final destination for animals that have suffered irresponsible pet ownership at its worst.
Hi, Gracie. Hey, little girl.
Why are
We're
you
not
trying
like
to
a
pet
zoo
that
because
cat?
We didn't actively go out and collect these animals. All the animals at Big Cat Rescue are basically animals that needed a home, whether they were a police confiscation, an unwanted pet, a retired performing animal. These were all animals that nobody wanted.
How's my little girl? Hi, Katrina love. Hi, big girl. Hi, pretty girl.
Oh, it's a mountain
sweet
lion.
girl.
Scott's 170 wild cats
puma.
need a lot of attention. Housing and feeding them is
Bum,
just a
bum,
small
bum,
part
bum,
of
bum,
giving
bum.
them the best life possible under the circumstances. So how do you improve the life of a wild animal that's confined in an enclosure? You give it a box to play with.
They would spend so many hours a day hunting in the wild that this gives them a little something to hunt, something to tear up.
Enrichment is Scott's technique for making sure that his cats have something to look forward to each day. All of Scott's cats are treated to enrichment, and it's tailored for each cat's lifestyle. Leopards love trees.
It takes the focus off a little bit of everything being food driven. His reward is just as much that he gets to play with that enrichment. It's just more of an activity for his mind.
It may seem a poor substitute for an animal that's supposed to be roaming the plains of Africa, but Big Cat Rescue is as good as it gets if you're an unwanted leopard.
They enjoy the enrichment
Okay,
because
we've
it gives
got
them something to do. These
the
animals were not
front
meant to be in
and back half
enclosures.
of the body, and the
It
head.
makes their territory more valuable to them. It has fun stuff. It has activities there, and
Now,
it gives him a better day.
the
It gives him a better life in
tail.
captivity.
It's kind of
Every
hard for me
year,
to
Scott
see
has
the
to turn
tail on
away
here,
more
so I
than
think I'll make the
300
fin
animals. Each began
one
life
of
as
the
a
fins.
wild
I have
and
to make
exotic
4.
cat and ended it as a pet that nobody wanted.
If I could give advice to someone who really wanted to get an exotic cat or a wild animal as a pet, I would say just, if you care at all about the animal, don't do it. It's a miserable life for this animal.
Lionesses in Africa have
Okay,
to
there we
look
go.
out for lazy males and lots of kittens, but their lot in life is a whole lot better out in the wild. Our next cat contender finds the wild right in our own backyards.
There we go. Okay, let's start the tail. Bum, 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 bum. It does not exist as of
Number 4 on our
2022.
list
Damn.
of killer cats is moving into towns and cities across America.
Bobcat, mountain lion. That one's a
Meet
mountain lion.
The cougar. A staggering 85% hunting hit rate makes it one of the most efficient of all the feline predators. The cougar, also known as the mountain lion or puma, is North America's second largest cat. 2 meters tip to tail.
What's the
And it
first
doesn't
largest?
just live in the mountains. This cat can be found anywhere, from the bottom of Florida across to Washington State and as far as the tip of South America. Cougars are happy eating anything, from berries to small bears. They make it to number 4 in the countdown with a diet of more than 50 species of animal. While
moved the cats to a
almost
bigger
anything that
sanctuary. Oh,
moves
nice.
is on the cougar's menu, they are fussy about just one thing. While the other big cats don't mind scavenging a meal some other predator prepared for them, cougars prefer to catch their own food. The cougar is the long jumper of the cats. It can reach 70 kilometers per hour in an instant and uses this speed to make leaps of up to 6 meters. By waiting until its prey is within reach, the cougar makes sure that it rarely misses. Like many of the big cats, cougars almost always come from behind and will go straight for the neck or the
Hey,
throat.
yo.
These days, the cougar
Oh.
is starting to show up in suburban backyards, but they're not moving on to our
You saw a
turf.
cougar once?
We're moving on to theirs. And wildlife officers have a full-time job capturing and re-releasing these big cats into more remote areas as the human population swells.
Oh, at the zoo? Yeah.
One house cat owner has turned capture and release into a fashion statement. Sly little Misty has a habit of playing up when left alone. So Rachel's decided to never leave her alone again.
What the fuck does that mean?
Introducing the cat pouch, the latest method in feline supervision. It's a win-win situation.
Yes, we are.
Misty gets to tag along no matter where Rachel goes, and Rachel gets to enjoy what might become the cat's meow in perfect pet care.
That fucking cat,
The
bro.
cougar may be one of the most complete killers on our list, but it loses out to
Wow,
the
wow,
big
wow.
bite at number 3. While the cougar preys all alone and lions prey together, Coming up are people that once
Lions
preyed
prey?
to a killer cat.
Is it the
And later,
jaguar?
What killer kitty likes to eat puppy dogs? Find out next on the most extreme.
Lions prey, dude. I didn't know lions believed in a god.
Our next killer cat makes its home in the world's biggest jungle.
You watched The Lion King? There was no god in The
Through
Lion
its
King.
eyes, the Amazon jungle is one giant
Oh, it is a
supermarket
jaguar.
full of goodies, fully stocked with the 85 different types of animal that the jaguar likes to eat. The jaguar can be found anywhere south of Texas and is the world's third largest cat. Jaguars are
The circle
only
of life
cats
is not
that
a belief
kill with
system.
a
The
single
circle of
bite
life
to the
is
skull,
real.
a tactic they can use when hunting peccaries. The caiman, a tropical alligator, is also high in their list of preferred
Wait, what the
species.
fuck?
Even turtle
Oop,
shells
I hit my
can
mic. I'm
protect
sorry.
from the jaguar's massive bite.
And it's not a belief
The
system.
jaguar's ability to kill once made it a god. The jaguar was
1, 2,
revered
3,
throughout
4, 5, 6.
Mesoamerica.
Why do I have 7?
It was the being that linked the living with the dead.
There's only supposed to be 6. What the fuck did I do?
For the militaristic Aztecs, the jaguar was a god of war. One of the highest ranks in their armies was the Jaguar Knight. A soldier had to capture 4 enemies in battle and feed their hearts to a jaguar before he'd be promoted.
Insane.
From then
Where did they
on,
get a jaguar?
The Jaguar Knight would have a full-time job fighting battles and capturing more fresh hearts for the jaguar. The jaguar is like a leopard on steroids. It's bigger, stronger, and heavier. But it still can't climb past the lethal leopard in our list of killer cats. The leopard has a prey base of more than 90
They lived in the
animals
same
in
area.
Africa
I just
alone.
like fucking. How
Securing
did they
it
get
the
a
number
leopard?
2
Because
position
where did
in
it
our
fucking get it,
countdown
bro?
of
They just
killer cats.
went out and were like, yeah. Like, how
It
did they
stands
capture a
out as the
living
most
leopard?
common of the big cats and lives throughout sub-Saharan Africa, India, and Southeast Asia. If sheer numbers don't put the leopard head and shoulders above the other
We now
cats,
have,
then
I
its
think,
climbing skills will.
both a leopard and a jaguar. And because we also have a snow leopard, but those are different.
Leopards mostly hunt medium-sized hoofed animals such as impala and gazelle, but baby giraffe, monkeys, and gorilla are also on the list.
Fucking gorillas. Probably fed it people, maybe. I'm just wondering if they like got it as a cub or what.
But it's what happens when the hunt is over that makes the leopard so special.
Yeah, because it takes it all the way up into a tree.
Leopards like a room with a view and will drag their prey high into trees before eating them. These weightlifters of the animal world have been seen dragging prey 3 times heavier than they are, almost 6 meters up into a tree.
Brother, he's tough. I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley.
A fight between a cat and a dog usually involves a lot of barking and a few hisses. But how often does the cat win? In the leopard's world, it's cat eat dog. People who live among leopards know from hard experience that leopards really like
a lot
the
of meters,
taste
yeah.
of domestic dog. In some parts of their range, poor old
No.
Rover makes up the whole of the leopard's diet.
That's so sad.
Leopards aren't the only cats that enjoy a three-dimensional life.
Did he say
A couple in
three-dimensional?
San Diego have redesigned their whole house to suit their 10 little social climbers. They started in 1987 with a single catwalk, and before Bob Walker and Francis Mooney knew it, they were living in a cat house.
Literally, one thing led to the next, and now there's 140 feet of cat path that goes through almost every room in the house. This is probably the most exclusive area in our house, is the cat's only clubhouse.
As striking as the cat house looks, Bob's cats may not be the only ones that look down on him for his excess.
During one of our open houses, I overheard some people saying that were real estate agents, I wonder how much this would sell for, this house, with all of these cat improvements, if it would increase the value or decrease the value. So I've kidded often that we probably at that point in time put $10,000 worth of improvements in the house and decreased the house by $30,000.
A well-trained pet should know its place, but these cats aren't trained, and they know the place is theirs.
Most people probably don't want to eat here because we've been very undisciplined ourselves about disciplining our cats. So they'll be up there on the table, and if they see a good piece of chicken that you just didn't quite get to fast enough, you'll see a little toenail coming out and just really wanting to grab it and take off with it. And one time we had a piece of lamb that was lost and never seen again. We don't know which cat got that. But you could hear
Holy
kind of
shit.
growling off in the distance.
I'd lose my mind.
She still left some.
I was gonna say a millennial would find this and paint it all white.
Bob and Francis really are wedded to the idea of living with cats.
Francis always had cats and grew up with cats. I only had one cat growing up. It just was a natural thing. On our wedding night, we even got a cat, Beauregard, and he shared our wedding bed, and,
I'm sorry?
We've been a cat family ever since.
He did what now?
The leopard has certainly scaled the heights of the cat kingdom, but it still can't kill like our top killer cat.
I didn't fucking say it.
We've seen the 9 contenders. They're the best of the best. Only one cat is a more extreme killing machine. It's number 1, and it's coming up next on the most extreme. Our number 1 killer cat is part loving pet and part vicious predator. It's soft and cuddly on the outside.
I can't
but
believe
a
the
hungry
domestic
killer
cat is
lurks
number
within.
1 on here.
More so than any other animal, the house cat has learned to become highly domesticated while keeping in touch with the wild hunter it is at heart. This little beast is a crafty carnivore and can catch and eat more than 1,000 different species of animal. Anything it can overpower is prey, and it rarely kills for food.
Yeah, which is terrible.
There are 73 million pet cats in the United States, driving the yearly house cat kill to 1.5 billion animals. The most successful of the house cats was the lighthouse keeper's cat on Stevens Island, New Zealand. The year was 1894, and the victim was an undiscovered species of wren. Before the
No, it's number
lighthouse keeper
1
ever
because it
realized he was
kills
sharing
without
his island
purpose.
with a
It just
very
kills.
rare bird. His pet cat had managed to exterminate the whole species in just a few months.
It's number 1 because it's an indiscriminate
cat
killer and can
numbers are
ruin fucking
exploding.
ecosystems.
Just one mother cat and her babies can produce up to 600,000 offspring in 10 years.
That's why you've seen like an influx
But
of
why
people
are
being
house
like,
cats such natural-born killers?
of
Could it
like
be that they've lost
going
their
out
mind?
and spaying and neutering like feral cats
Meet Mikey.
and
He's
telling
your
people they
average
should keep their
pedigree
cats
Abyssinian,
inside
but he's got a bit of a
because
problem.
cats can go out and fucking kill other cats, kill small dogs, they can decimate rabbit populations,
doesn't seem
decimate
to
bird
have any fun
populations,
anymore.
like just a whole bunch of shit. And so there, it's like it can literally ruin ecosystems.
But he's never been quite right.
You could tell right from the get-go he was very strange. He didn't like to be touched in certain ways, and he would throw up, he would sometimes not use his litter box. I mean, just a whole host of things.
Luckily, there is help at hand for problem cats like Mikey. Carol Wilburn, cat therapist.
I was like Jackson Galaxy?
Cat therapy involves figuring out why a cat is doing this, that, or the other thing, and what the cat really wants. And if he's misbehaving, he's doing it because something's bothering him. And there are only so many ways that he can show something's bothering him.
What is that called when you have an alpha cat, where one is...
Type A,
Type A.
catsinality, yeah.
Carol makes house calls to treat cats with emotional problems. Step 1 is a little bit of catnip to get their attention.
What do you think of this, Mikey?
So the catnip relaxes them?
Usually frisky them relaxed.
And then it's time to get inside the cat and its owner's head.
Oh my god.
You know how a cat can look sad? Well, he looks sad.
Yeah, he doesn't at the moment.
No, not at the moment. But ever, I guess since Tiki died, we call him Sad Sack. I mean, not in
Oh,
a
no, we've got to start calling him
No, I
Happy
don't.
Sack.
Not to his face, but
Oh.
we kind of Happy Sack.
We have to change your image.
It seems one of the core problems today's house cats face is the house.
These are Mikey's balls. Yeah. There are so many cats that live indoors. When cats go outdoors,
What the fuck?
Chances are they may not need as much therapy because they can just run it off if something bothers them.
But individual cats can have individual problems, and it's Carol's job to hunt the problem down and treat it.
The problem with Mikey is that he formerly lived with another cat that he was quite close to, and the other cat was the top cat, so to speak. And Mikey was always shy and sort of low profile. And then what happened is Tiki, the other cat, passed on. And then he was just really forlorn and morose, very, very sad, a real sad sack.
As a professional cat counselor, Carol also provides a written report on Mikey's mental health for future reference.
I'm gonna shine.
So the cat is
I'm
mourning.
gonna finish up. You're the best boy. Okay. Do you like Mikey's name with CKI or just K?
As with humans, there is no quick fix for depression or any other mental malady. The only answer is slow and steady growth.
More relaxed and on the way to increased courage and self-esteem. Okay.
So, is Mikey going to get it together?
I think
cat
the
moans.
prognosis is really good here.
Yeah.
I
Animals-
think that
animals
Mikey
fucking
is just
grieve,
gonna
bro.
be
They
able
be
to
grieving.
continue to make slow strides, and then even quicker.
Okay, thank you so much, Carol.
Thank you, Joey. Bye, guys. Bye, Mike. Bye, Sandra.
Ouch.
Mikey may have seen the light thanks to Carol's work. But in mental health, there are no instant results, and like many house cats, Mikey's mental stability may always remain just out of reach.
It's a good boy.
With all their meals provided by us, house cats are the only cats who hunt for
What
fun
family of
and
monkeys?
who live in a world without checks and balances. Every wildcat lives a short and hard life in a full-time fight for survival. But house cats live in luxury with plenty of time and energy for their killing spree. They kill hundreds more species than their nearest rival. Which is why, when it comes to killing, the domestic cat really is the most extreme.
I've had monkeys that had the face monkey baby, which was a secret camera. What are you talking about? I don't think I heard about that. I feel like you... And fell out the tree and the mother got so sad. Oh, I feel like you told me about this.
You think some couples make war, not love. Just wait till you see the battle of the sexes that takes place in the natural world. We're counting down the top 10 most extreme partnership power struggles in the animal kingdom and comparing them to our own rocky relationships.
Oh god.
Discover
And they
that
all
there
cried.
are
Aw.
reasons why males and females seem to come from different planets when the battle of the sexes is taken to the most extreme.
Okay.
Earth is a planet of extremes. Extreme places and extreme animals. But some animals are more extreme than others.
Elephants are matriarchal. They live in herds of all females.
Join us as
They don't
we
allow the
count
males
down to
in.
find the
They'll
most
maybe have
unusual,
one bull, but not...
most
I think usually he gets
extraordinary,
kicked out at a certain
the
point.
most extreme.
Our countdown begins with a big brute lording over a harem of females. After all, this is the stereotypical view of relationships in the animal kingdom. But as we'll see, there are plenty of other ways to seize power in the battle of the sexes. It's just that in the natural world, brutes don't get much bigger than a bull elephant seal. On the islands of the subantarctic, this male reigns supreme by throwing his weight around, all 2 tons of it.
I'm getting hungry. Did I just break this? I did! God damn it.
The bulls are fighting to become the Beachmaster.
Oh,
Only
my trash
one
can's
male
not there
will
anymore. I
win
moved it
breeding
up
rights
above.
to whatever females are on his stretch of beach. The Beachmaster's harem can contain over 100 females that come ashore to give birth. But now that their pups are nearly weaned, the battle of the sexes begins. The Beachmaster demands a payment from each and every female within his territory. And it's hard to stop this blubbery bully when he's intent on making babies. As if nursing and round-the-clock babysitting isn't enough for female elephant seals, The Beachmaster constantly crashes around,
Ouch.
making sure that none of the harem strays out of his reach. And since a bull can be more than 5 times the weight of a female, his affections can be suffocating. The elephant seal is number 10 in the countdown because there's no stopping his amorous advances. He's so single-minded that he can crush and kill any unfortunate pup that gets in
1,
his
2,
way.
3, 4. Just fix that now.
It seems easy to win the battle of the sexes when you're so much bigger than your mate.
7.
Just like the elephant seal, there are size differences between male and female humans. On average, men are about 15% bigger than women, and there are other physical differences between the sexes. It seems that men and women actually think differently, thanks to the hardwiring of the circuits inside our brain. The human brain is divided into 2 separate hemispheres, connected by the fibers of the corpus callosum. The way we use the left and right hemispheres influences the way we think. The male brain is structured so that the left side is used for language, and the right-hand side is used for emotion.
Ooh.
But things are very different for females, because their fibers connecting the brain's 2 hemispheres are 23% thicker than in the male brain. Women are able to use both the right and left hemispheres for emotion and language, which may explain why women find it much easier to talk about their feelings. So girls, if you can't get your man to talk about his feelings, don't get mad. It's all in his head.
There we go. Okay. Whatever.
But the male elephant seal has only one thing on his mind, and the female doesn't care about his feelings. Having weaned her pup and mated with the Beachmaster, it's time for her to head back to sea. The only problem is that she now has to run the gauntlet of frustrated bachelors.
Dude.
These bulls weren't tough enough to beat the Beachmaster, but they're still more than a match for the females. Women's lib is a long way off for the elephant seal.
God, that looked like a herd.
Because the females typically only mate with the biggest, meanest males, all their aggressive characteristics will be passed on to their male pups. So, until the female choose to mate with kinder, gentler males, this is one battle of the sexes where the girls will always take a beating.
Damn.
In Africa, the attraction of opposite sizes is taken to the extreme. The male shell-brooding cichlid fish may only be about 10 centimeters long, but compared to his 3-millimeter mate, he's proportionately the biggest male in the world. If humans were the same relative sizes as male and female cichlids, it would be like a big guy weighing, say, 80 kilograms dating a woman who is only 1/30th of his size. That's little more than 2 kilograms. The male cichlid has to be big because he needs to build an apartment complex for a harem of up to 30 females. Each snail shell
That's a lot
he
of
collects
females.
will be home for one tiny female and her eggs. The male cichlid is number 9 in the countdown because he's so dominant that he can keep his women in convenient carry cases.
Insane, what the fuck?
The tiny females lay their eggs inside the shells. Then, the huge male hovers over them, showering them in sperm.
Gross.
The bigger the male, the better his chances of protecting his harem from groups of marauding bachelors. They'll try to rain on his parade by leaving their
Poppy?
own sperm in a shell.
You okay?
There once was a time
I
when...
gotta let the dog out. I will be RB. Okay, I'm back. Oh.
Human females were also expected to stay indoors and bring up the kids. In Victorian England, just like the cichlid, a woman's place was in the home. That was until militant suffragettes went to battle for a woman's right to vote. Their violent protests included cutting telegraph wires, breaking windows, and burning houses. They even sacrificed themselves for the cause. Literally, when Emily Davidson threw herself in front of the King's racehorse in the 1913 Derby.
Holy shit.
It wasn't until the First World War that women really started to come out of their shells. They contributed so much to the war effort that they won the vote in both England and the US. Women became part of the workforce, and they've never left it since. But 100 years after the suffragettes, women may now be suffering from another kind of oppression. Some working women feel that it's too hard trying to balance full-time jobs with bringing up children.
I mean, yeah.
Women are now twice as likely to suffer from depression, and some researchers suggest it's due to stress. So, will the next battle for the women's movement be a fight for less stress?
Okay.
But the female cichlid doesn't stress because she's safe inside her shell. And sometimes she has company, because not all male cichlids are big and bold. Some tiny males disguise themselves in female colors so they can sneak past the big male. Once inside the shell, they can make babies with the female. But once you move in together, you have to share the housework. Unlike our next contender. We've seen big bullies on the beach and girls that never come out of their shells. But as the countdown continues, the females fight back. But are they strong enough to give the king of the jungle a fright? And later, we'll discover that there's no love lost when you're on a dinner date with a she-devil.
Okay, 13. I don't know why I thought there was more than 13 stitches on that for some reason. Oy. Oh, my mom texted me.
On the plains of Africa, where some
I'm
of
trying
the
to hold
biggest
my
predators
page.
on the planet roam, it pays to have a bodyguard. But in the animal world, protection doesn't come
Okay,
cheap.
all I need to
Even
make
when you're
now
the king of the jungle.
are
The
fins,
lion
and I
is
probably don't
number
even need
8
my
in the
counter
countdown,
anymore.
because his pride is a group of girls
I still have to
that
use
wait
my
on
phone
him
to-
hand and foot.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but you know.
Lions are the only
about the
social
lions,
cats
but,
on
you
the
know.
planet, living in groups of up to 30 individuals. A pride of lions is mostly made up of related females and their cubs, with a few males who act as bodyguards. The girls do all the child
Well, this one
care,
starts with 4.
even nursing
Interesting.
each other's babies. Occasionally, the males do a little babysitting.
We do a little babysitting. Well, what else are they supposed to do? They don't
The male
hunt.
lions are left guarding the cubs because the females have gone off to get the groceries. The lion is number 8 in the countdown because he seems like the ultimate male chauvinist. He's perfectly capable of hunting for himself as a bachelor, but once he starts shacking up with the pride, he expects the ladies to bring home the bacon.
Can I grab this yarn, please? Thank you. God.
And once they do,
Why does this
the
one get bigger
male
when I'm
gets
struggling
first
also?
dibs at
There
the
we
dinner
go.
table. When a male gets to the kill, everyone moves over until he's had his fill. The male lion seems to have it easy, leaving the lionesses to do all the work.
Okay.
And
there.
just like lions, for the majority of women in 1950, it was a full-time job just looking after the man of the house. Recent
What did I do?
surveys have found that 73% of American mothers are now in paid employment, and yet they're still doing most of the housework. On average,
That was strange.
men
Okay, we're
still
gonna
only
start over.
carry
We're
out
gonna try again.
37% of the domestic duties. But if they need an added incentive, it seems that men who make their bed can lay in it too. According to a survey by the Institute for Social Research, husbands who do more household chores report a much better sex life because their wives are less tired at night. If that's the case, Swedish men should be the most satisfied. Swedish
excuse
men
me?
do the most housework with 24 hours each week. American males do about 16 hours, while Japanese men do the least at only 4 hours a week.
Damn.
But the male lion can't get too comfortable. The queens of the jungle keep him around for a reason. His job is to protect the pride from intruders like hyenas and, more importantly, other male lions.
Yeah.
Roaming the fringes of their territory are bachelors that would gladly kill for a chance to lead the pride. They'll attack the resident male and his offspring. This is why the females let the males have such an easy existence. If the father of the pride's cubs isn't strong, all their babies will die. Rival males are only interested in protecting offspring that they have fathered.
Little baby lions.
If the bachelors are successful and take over the pride, their reward for killing all the cubs is sex. As soon as a lioness stops nursing, she quickly comes into heat, and the new males are anxious to get their family started.
Wow.
For both the males and females, it's a race against time to get the cubs reared before a new male comes in and takes over.
I wonder what the
This
longest
changing of the guard is probably good for lions. If new males come in and father cubs every few years, it broadens the pride's gene pool. So, while the females may appear to be doing all the housework in the relationship, lionesses usually live
I wonder
much
the
longer than
longest
warring
time
males. It's
a
the
pride
first
has lasted
sign
with
that in
one
the
male.
battle of the sexes, the girls are starting to fight back. So far, we've seen males shelling out for the little woman, and dads that do nothing around the house. But still to come is a mom that's no angel, especially since she's living with a real little devil. And later, what animal's domestic dispute echoes across the plains of Africa?
Probably the Tasmanian. Well, no, Tasmanian devils aren't in Africa. Elephant. Okay,
The
we've got
forests of
6.
Tasmania are filled with the love songs of a devil.
1, 2.
The Tasmanian devil is normally a solitary creature, and it's no wonder considering its smelly habit of feasting on rotten carcasses.
2. Ouch.
So, when a female's preparing to breed, she's not looking for Mr. Right. These branches will
I've got
serve as
stuff in
bedding
the way
in a
of my
burrow
chair.
that's
God damn it.
far from being a love nest. Things get rough when you have to mate with a devil, which is why she's grown a thick layer of fat around her neck to protect her from the upcoming battle. It's not long before a bachelor has sniffed her out. But if he wants to mate with her, he has to have a showdown with a she-devil. The Tasmanian Devil is number 7 in the countdown because their burrow is hell on earth. Once he's bitten her into submission, she succumbs to his advances and they mate. As well as being violent, this male is obsessively protective. He's so paranoid that he blocks the entrance of the den, so she can't leave and no other male can get in. As soon as he lowers his guard, she'll attempt an escape. It's time to show her who's boss. The male keeps her locked up so tight that she can't even go out and eat when he's around.
My mic is in my way. Holy shit. Okay, there we go.
The Tasmanian Devil likes to keep his woman barefoot, pregnant, and in the bedroom, just like another male chauvinist.
Oh God.
One famous battle of the sexes took place on a tennis court back in 1973. On one side was the self-described male chauvinist, Bobby Riggs.
All I know is I want to keep the women barefoot, pregnant, and in the bedroom and in the kitchen.
He
Holy
was up
shit.
against the then women's tennis champion, Billie Jean King.
The women's movement is really making a better life for more people other than just women.
This isn't just a tennis match. This is a battle of the sexes.
The Houston Astrodome was filled with over 30,000 people, and another 50 million tuned in at home to see male chauvinism in America being dealt a crushing blow by Billie Jean King's deadly backhand.
Nice.
And in the Devil's Den, now it's the female's turn to serve for the match. After 3 days of violent mating, the honeymoon is over. Now it's a fight to get him out of the house for good. In this battle of the sexes, the female is the winner, leaving the male to roam the forest alone. He succeeded in making her pregnant, but she'd rather rear the kids alone than tolerate him any longer, just like the next contender.
What does that fucking mean? Then...
Charging
I see.
in to number 6
It was
on
an
the
elephant,
counting
hell yeah.
is the biggest and baddest animal in Africa. There's nothing tougher than a bull elephant. He can be 5 tons of raging testosterone. But there is one animal that's capable of controlling his every move, and that's a female elephant. Roaming around in big groups of females and living in a matriarchal society presents a girl with a problem. It's hard to get a date. So, when a female elephant goes into heat, she advertises. She sends out a deep rumble using low-frequency vibrations formed when air is passed through her nasal cavities. That's why, in good conditions, bulls more than 10 kilometers away can hear her calling his name. If she's going to find a suitable mate, she wants to choose the biggest and best. So, she's throwing a party, and every boy in town is invited. All males will stop to listen to her call, but only a few will be in breeding condition. These males will seek the source of the love song because they're flushed with testosterone and looking for action. Testosterone makes bull elephants even more aggressive and volatile.
Oh,
They
God.
have to be tough in order to impress the female, because until they've proved themselves to be worthy, she'll give them the runaround. Human testosterone levels also fluctuate when we meet a mate. It's as if nature wants to eliminate some of the differences between men and women so that they can concentrate on replicating the species. When a woman falls in love, her testosterone levels increase. But when a man
interesting.
falls in love, his testosterone levels fall, making him act more feminine. It might pay to remember this the next time you're on a date. But increased testosterone levels are vital for love-struck male elephants. It's the boost they need to fight for the right to mate. The elephant is number 6 in the countdown because while the bulls are big and aggressive, it's the ladies that are calling all the shots. The female elephant encourages the males to fight until only one is left standing.
Holy
that
shit.
way, the female finds the strongest elephant in the district and therefore the best father for her children. For the bull elephant, testosterone was the fuel that powered him through one of the biggest struggles of his life. But other males fight their battles on a daily basis. In the jungles of American cities, millions of people answer the call not to mate, but to work. And from out of the chaos comes road rage. The American Automobile Association reports that 96% of violent road rage incidents involve men.
I believe
yet,
it.
contrary to popular opinion, testosterone may not be at fault. Recent research suggests that the orbital region of the brain that controls aggression is bigger in women than it is in men. Both sexes have about the same ability to produce emotions like anger, but the structure of a woman's brain means she's better equipped to keep the aggression in check.
Okay, yeah, it is 12. For some reason I thought I had 11.
Also controls aggression, but of potential mates. By manipulating males into a head-on collision, she's made sure that she found the best genes for her baby. In the battle of the sexes between elephants, it pays to have both brains and brawn. So far in the countdown, the males have been fighters, not lovers. But as the tables start to turn, we'll discover that nice guys won't always finish last.
Oh, God.
And we'll meet a bossy queen whose throne is in the toilet.
Oh, the naked mole rat. Okay, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened?
Things are starting to change in our countdown of the Battle of the Sexes. Because in baboon troops, good girls don't always go for the bad boys. And in baboon society, there are plenty of mean males to choose from. No baboons are safe from a big male behaving badly, not even females. Once it was thought that this kind of aggression helped a male establish dominance. But recently, scientists have discovered that some males have been using more subtle tactics to win the heart of a female.
Interesting.
The baboon is number 5 in the countdown because this sensitive new age guy doesn't beat his chest. He babysits.
Hell
Handling
yeah.
a baby with care shows he can be a good father. and it gives the mother a much-needed break.
Hello?
Oh my god, Michael, you fucking scared me.
Babysitting may be boring,
Hi,
but
Michael.
not if it gets him the kind of attention he's looking for.
Hi.
A male with a baby is a real ladies' man. And while grooming her may not make her more beautiful, it does make him more attractive to her. This is something she'll never forget, because it's a case of you scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. When
Nice.
she goes into heat, she may ignore the troops' loud bullies, and quietly slip away with the kind and caring male. That's why some of
Zooey
these
mama.
googly-eyed males are learning that being nice is just as effective as battling.
Dude. It's crazy.
But there are other ways of attracting the opposite sex.
It's crazy
If
what a
you
little
don't
bit of
want
kindness
women
can
to
get
battle
you.
Just working up a sweat may be the best way to make them relax.
I'm sorry.
That's because all humans secrete pheromones as part of their natural body odor. These chemicals send subtle messages that affect our behavior. In one experiment, researchers took extracts from men's armpit sweat and wiped them onto women's upper lips.
Ew.
After 6 hours, the women reported feeling happier and less tense. So guys, if you want the ladies to relax around you, just leave the deodorant at home.
No, no, no,
But
no,
some
don't tell
baboons
them
just
that.
Can't relax. When
What
a
the
male
fuck?
throws a tantrum and the girls feel pushed around, they know where to go. Straight into the arms of their sweet and sympathetic boyfriend. Being big and belligerent takes its toll. Overly aggressive baboons die younger and succumb to disease quicker than the gentler males, which could mean that bossy baboons are on the way out. But not even the nastiest baboon can dominate like the terrible queen that's up next in the countdown. Deep underground in Africa lives a queen whose subjects must grovel in the dirt. 1 meter below ground, the naked mole rat scrapes out a living with its shovel-like teeth. But it takes a lot of work to dig tunnels that can span up to 20 football fields. So it's no wonder mole rat colonies can number up to 300 members strong. And every one of them is controlled by the queen. The queen doesn't have to lift a finger or a tooth because her subjects take very good care of her. All the queen has to do is make babies. She's a breeding machine because unlike other adult mammals, a new queen actually grows longer to accommodate more babies by increasing the space between the vertebrae of her backbone.
Insane.
Lying around her bedchamber, she's kept continually pregnant by a select few of her sons, which is why the colony is highly inbred. The queen prevents everyone else from mating, and that's why the naked mole rat is number 4 in the countdown. A single queen dominates not just the males, but all the colony's females as well. Being blind, mole rats recognize each other by smell, and they get their perfume from the communal toilet, where they rub their bodies in the feces of their family.
Gross.
Little do they know, the toilet is the seat of their ruler's power. The queen's urine has a powerful chemical in it, which retards their sexual organs. And if any of them show any signs of becoming sexually active, she'll stress them out by biting and pushing them. The stress is enough to leave them totally uninterested in sex.
Holy shit. How does she find out?
There once was another queen of the desert who stayed in power using similar techniques.
There was.
In ancient Egypt, 18-year-old Cleopatra rose to power when her parents died. Required by law to have a male ruler by her side, she kept the family in authority by marrying her 12-year-old brother. But she had no intention of letting him rule, so she just ignored him like he didn't exist. He mysteriously died years later. So, like the naked mole rat, she turned to another brother. And this one was only 11 years old.
Holy shit.
Once again, he was pushed into the background so Cleopatra could rule on her own.
Wow.
But
I've never heard of that before.
Already rules by herself, thanks to the hypnotic powers of her urine. After all, the family that pees together stays together.
I don't know about that one.
So far in the battle of the sexes,
I
we've
do
seen
not know about that
queens
one.
that fight with pee and apes that try to please. But still to come is a society where males are treated as second-class citizens.
Oh, hyenas, more than likely.
And a bug that takes its mate on the ultimate dinner date.
Oh, wait. I did that wrong. 1, 2, okay.
Racing into number 3 in the countdown is the hyena.
Yeah.
This powerful predator lives in rigidly structured clans, where females are definitely leaders of the pack. Female hyenas are bigger than males, more aggressive than males, and young females even have higher concentrations of male hormones. Nobody knows why hyenas are the only mammals with such extremely masculinized females, but it does result in a society where girl power rules. Everyone in the clan knows their place, and the male's place is right at the bottom of the social ladder. He only gets to feed on the scraps left behind by the females, and he only gets to mate where and when the female feels like it. It's not easy being a guy in a world where the most senior male is ranked lower than the most junior female. It may seem cruel, but the rigid hierarchy of hyena society means that there's less fighting over valuable resources. But for our next contender, the male is a valuable resource. He's lunch.
Lunch.
For some animals, the female is far more deadly than the male.
Oh,
and just
spiders.
like human femmes fatale, they can have a fatal attraction. Crawling in to number 2 in the countdown is an animal that would eat a black widow for breakfast.
Oh no, praying mantis.
The praying mantis is an incredible hunter. It can easily devour prey many times its own size. So a romantically minded male mantis needs to approach a female with caution. In this battle of the sexes, the male mantis is in trouble because his mate likes cannibalistic kisses. But that doesn't seem to override the male's urge to procreate. If he isn't careful, the first thing she'll do is bite off his head. But that won't slow him down, because he really does think with his appendage. It seems that the males of some species have the equivalent of a brain in their reproductive organ. This means he can continue mating even if he's lost his head. In fact, mating for some mantis species can only occur after the female's decapitated the male.
Interesting.
The male may have lost the battle of the sexes, but hopefully his sacrifice will also help his offspring. He dies so that his lover gets a good meal to nourish the eggs he's just fertilized. Reproduction is a dangerous game when your mate has such a big appetite. But for some women, overeating is a way of life.
What is this about? Where is this about to
Brooklyn, New
go?
York, the International Federation of Competitive Eaters is hosting its own Battle of the Sexes.
Look at these two competitors. Compare one against the other. 99-pound Sonia Thomas, 409-pound Eric Badlands Booker.
Size does not matter in this sport. A lot of people think that the bigger you are, the more voracious your appetite is.
I give you Sonia Thomas! Sonia Thomas, ladies and gentlemen. Who's the one that's hungry like Charles Hardy, gassy like Maximus? Who, pardon me? Eric Badlands Booker!
This is so strange. Cheesecake!
On each plate is a 2-pound downtown Atlantic cheesecake. 9 minutes, all you can eat.
3, 2, 1, eat!
And they are off! Look at that, Sonia Thomas going two-hand. She is putting that cheesecake in her mouth and letting it fall. She's coming back. Look, they both moved very quickly to the spoon.
Even though the girl is small, she's no joke. She has a voracious appetite, so I better get on my job. I better do my best.
Even though I'm small, I can eat a lot. I can beat you.
This is the cheesecake eating champion of the world, Richard, and he is showing why he has that title here today. This is where you may see Sonia Thomas come back strong. She's starting to pick up just a little, but he's slowing a little. He's flagging here in the mid to late range of the contest. What you're looking at is a man, it looks like he's trying to shovel out after a heavy, heavy wet snow, Richard. Almost his arms appear weak.
This is a contest that can be won or lost by a burp, and Eric has his own way of getting his belch on.
Richard, he needs a burp.
Sonia's in trouble too. It's a matter of who can belch first.
We have less than 1 minute, 20 seconds.
I thought Sonia Thomas was enduring a little system distress there. No, she needed a burp, and it worked its way out of that cheesecake, fighting its way toward the top, and now that has left her to sprint towards the end.
Holy shit.
3, 2, the spoons are down, the cheesecake is down, a new title will be set.
The judges
That's
confirm
kinda gross.
and determine the winner has eaten 5 kilograms of cheesecake in 9 minutes.
She is the Billie Jean King, the Anna Kournikova. She is like a jackal, wild on the Serengeti. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion here today, Sonia Thomas!
Hell yeah.
You cannot hit the wall when you go against her because she will pass you, because she keeps this incredible pace.
A male and female, the stomach size is same. Just how you think, the mind.
It's a mind
the male
game.
mantis knows all about the power of the female stomach. For these dedicated dads, leaving healthy offspring is something worth dying for. But just ahead is an animal where the males have died out forever. We've seen the 9 contenders.
Forever?
They've fought each other into submission. Only one animal has completely eliminated the battle of the sexes.
Isn't there a lizard that there's no males of the species? I can't remember.
Coming in at number 1 in the countdown is an animal so extreme that it won not just the battle, but the war of the sexes. These lizards may look innocent enough, but they've whipped all their males into extinction. There are no male whip-tailed lizards in existence. Here in the deserts of the American Southwest, these ladies are doing it all for themselves because they're able to procreate without the use of
I've seen
males.
those before.
Unlike almost all other vertebrates, these lizards develop from unfertilized eggs. Each individual
How did
is
I
a
manage
perfect
to-
clone of her mother. But there is a secret to their celibacy. They have to fake sex in order to become pregnant.
That's so funny.
One female will mount another and fake mating with her in order to trigger egg production. Perhaps this is a throwback to the time long ago when male whiptails did exist, and their bodies still need some sort of stimulation to reproduce. But are the rest of us headed the way of the whiptail?
I highly doubt it.
The reason you're born male or female is found in your chromosomes.
Uh-huh. We learned
Only
this in middle
two of
school.
these genetic clumps of material determine your sex. You're born female if you have two identical X chromosomes. A male has only one X chromosome and a much smaller Y chromosome. Some scientists believe that many millions of years ago, the Y chromosome may have been about the same size as the X chromosome, but over time, it's been shrinking. While the massive X chromosome contains about 1,500 genes, the poor little Y chromosome is down to a mere 78 genes. And some researchers believe that this shrinkage could continue. Some have predicted that
We
the
got
Y
two fins.
chromosome could vanish completely in only 125,000
We've only got a couple minutes left in
years.
this, or
No Y
not even
chromosome
that. So
means
I'm
no
not going to start the
males,
next one,
and so
but
the
I
male
will.
human could go the same way as the male whiptail lizard.
I will finish the other two fins off screen, but we're
Perhaps
going to
one
finish
day
this
in the
episode and then
future,
call it.
Just like the whiptail lizard,
We got
a
two
mutation will
fins,
occur that
the
will
head,
result in a
which is
female
still a little
offspring
funny
that
looking.
could
I may mess with
somehow
this
reproduce
because
on her own.
something about it
But
just
until that time,
is strange to me. I don't know what
female
it is.
whiptail
Anyway,
lizard reigns
head,
supreme. With no males
part of
in
the body,
existence, for
other
these
part of the body,
reptiles, the battle of the
tail,
sexes is over.
you know,
And that's why the
but we
whiptail
did
lizard
literally
really
like
is
90% of
the
it
most extreme.
today, which is awesome. So, but we will call it there just because it's been 4.5 hours and my arms hurt and my fingies hurt. Zooey mama. Hi, Michael. Let me see if there is potentially somebody to raid out to. Why isn't this live anymore? But I don't believe so. There is not anybody to raid out to. Unfortunate. We haven't been able to raid at all this week. Crazy. Okay. I'll post the schedule sometime. I'll work on it. My sister's birthday is on Tuesday. So, I'm probably going to have to postpone Ptolemyslav Tuesdays. But we'll talk about it. And yeah, I gotta figure out what we're gonna do next week. Next Friday, there will be another crochet stream. I have to figure out which one I want to do. I have a couple that I have pictures of that are already ready to put up on my stream setup. But other than that, yeah, thank y'all for joining. We made literally 90% of Nessie, which is awesome. Yeah. Y'all have a good night. Bye-bye.